Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Time to talk to Krishna and Radha. Dance with him. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Too short. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Oh, that was good. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. All right. Oh, let's see. Krishna Gauranga. Oh, Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Oh, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Oh, God, mosquitoes. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Can you guys share this here with devotees? Because sometimes my shares don't go out to everybody. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Nityananda Gauranga, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hope everybody is doing well today. Welcome, Dilip. Thank you for coming. Who else we got here? Yeah. Where's Lalita Ganga today? Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Boy, it's pretty hot in here. Ooh. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nityananda Gauranga, Nityananda Gauranga, Nityananda Gauranga. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Nityananda Gauranga, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Nityananda Gauranga, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Nityananda Gauranga, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Nityananda Gauranga. Birthday parties. Yeah. Nityananda Gauranga, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. Sometimes I can totally relate when Jesus said, "Let the dead bury the dead." Life is here now. This is real life. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
And a ball like these.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Anabolic beat.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. All right.
Thanks for using.
Today we're celebrating Radha and Krishna's birthday here today. So it's the real birthday party here. Okay, Radha and Krishna, we want you to be born here. All right. Well, the good news here, let's read something here. Let's read some Chaitanya Bhagavat here. Okay. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Yeah. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra, Jaya Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Sri Chaitanya enjoys the rice of Suklambar Brahmachari. Yeah, oh, I can put it up like this. This is great. All right. Oops. There we go. All glories to Gaura Chandra, the Supreme Lord of all lords. All glories to Lord Gaura Chandra, the Supreme Lord of all lords. All glories to the beloved devotees of Vishvambara. Sri Vishvambara is now in the midst of fully manifested his Sankirtan movement with his associates in Navadvip. Whole nights are passed in dancing and kirtan behind closed doors. For such pastimes are not meant for the common materialistic men. Yeah. Actually, these pastimes are meant unfortunately, most people are not interested in pastimes, that can actually transform and change their lives, where they can be something different than just a materialistic person taking birth again and again and again in this world. That's why, anybody who comes here, I don't care what your situation is, how, if you come here, you have a chance that most people aren't even interested in. So that's really great fortune. That means Krishna has given you a lot of mercy to be able to recognize these things. Hola. Hey. So why don't you come on? We need a few more extra people here. Inspire me. Otherwise, I'm not inspired people going to birthdays, to me, the important thing is Radha and Krishna's birthday. I don't know what everybody else is thinking about, it's almost a slap in their face, slap in the face of Radha. Oh, you don't care about it. They're kind of like, oh, you don't care about our birthday? Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, if anybody else wants to come in, please do. Okay, where'd that thing go? Oh yeah, okay. All right. So how do we do? Oh, I know what to do here. Let's try it like this here. No, that's the wrong one here. Okay, here we go. This over here. Okay. So, one day the Lord was engrossed in dancing in Srivas Pandit's house. Unknown to anyone, Srivas's mother-in-law had hidden herself behind baskets in the corner of the room. Nevertheless, what is the use of such to hide and seek games? When there is a lack of devotional feeling inside, one will not be fortunate enough to see the Lord's ecstatic dancing. Now that's interesting. This is one of the qualities of the Lord. It's when there's a lack of devotional feeling, we're not able to see the Lord's dancing. See, the Lord doesn't dance alone. It's Radha and Krishna dancing. Okay? So, when there's a lack of devotional feeling, we cannot see that. We cannot perceive that even going on inside us. That's the problem. Okay? So, when devotional feeling is awakened, this is why Bhakti Lata Bij is important for people to get. You can see the dancing of God. Now, wouldn't that be great? You'll see, not like with your physical eyes, but you'll perceive the Lord, Radha and Krishna, the lordships, dancing inside your own body in your own temple. Now that's a sight. You know that, River? She smiles. See, she can relate. You're beginning to relate. That's why I say everything, anybody goes through to get yourself here, you're going to see something, perceive something that is very rare. The pearl of great price, the greatest thing in the world, the dancing of Radha and Krishna inside yourself. See? But there can't be a lack of devotional feeling. You need that devotional feeling. That's what you get here. That is our work. That is our mission. We're here to do transplants. Bhakti Lata Bij, graft everybody into that, the bij, the vine, man. Cook them up to the trunk, which is Radha and Krishna's dancing inside, so they can perceive that and be fascinated, like, wow, and you just look at that dancing. Otherwise your life is mundane, lack of devotional feeling. Then you look at the Maya, the glow. See, this Maya glows, and you look over here because you gotta get some life, man. If your life isn't in this, it's going to be in that, because that's the way we're built, man. You either look at the Lord's Mahamaya or his Yoga Maya. Your choice. See, when there's a lack of devotional feeling inside, one will not be fortunate enough to see the Lord's dancing. So that's the whole purpose of having a bona fide spiritual master. Having real devotee association is the only way you're going to get that devotional feeling. Otherwise, the world is trying to chop it off, isn't it? Vaidhi Bhaktas even, you think you're going to go get devotional feeling there? As soon as they see it, chop on the chopping block. They don't like it. They don't know what it is. It's like you give real food to a dog and bite your hand off. They don't know the glories of this devotional feeling. So if you want to awaken this or cultivate this, you got to be in a place like this, and this is a very rare place. It's probably the only game in town for this here. I've seen people in these sanghas, like the Narayan Maharaj Sangha, they're not interested. They as soon as they see this ecstasy, they want to compete with it. I mean, honestly, I've been there a year and a half. As soon as this ecstasy arises, they want to compete with it. They want to challenge it. What is this? I couldn't find any place to cultivate this, so I had to start my own garden. That's why Prabhupada came, and said, yeah, start your garden. Start this garden, man. It's an important one. Because it's very hard to get this bhakti to grow in this world. It needs a strong place for it to grow. Where people appreciate the dancing of Radha and Krishna. This ecstatic dancing. Yeah. Good morning there, Karuna. Okay. While dancing, the Lord repeatedly pointed out, why do I not feel the usual ecstasy today? See? It was that lady hiding in there, the mother-in-law. You see this thing, you could be in a family of devotees and you might be a non-devotee. A lot of us have non-devotee family members, And so you got to be part of the real family, man. You got to have this bhakti lata bees. You have to have this devotional feeling. This is what that's what I say. If this awakens in your heart here, oh boy, you are the luckiest person in this world. You're going to see something that even President Trump doesn't see, or Joe Biden. And thank you very much for your service, Mr. Trump and Biden. That even these gurus don't see, and you get to see, because you come where it can be seen. Because when there's a lack of this ecstatic craziness, this crazy bhakti, you can't see it. They think it's crazy, but you believe in it. Therefore, you get to see the dancing of Radha and Krishna, and these big gurus don't. Big sticks out there, they don't get to see until they do what you did. You have faith in these words. You have faith in this ecstasy. Therefore, you with the red beard get to see these things. And these others don't. See, like those 11 with Jesus, they got to see things that these Pharisees couldn't see, with their big, their kind of sticks. I think they even carried sticks too. Walk with these, to show that they're like grandfathers or something. See, you get to, yeah. Why do I not feel the usual ecstatic devotion today? See, the usual. And that's when you're not around devotees who have this ecstatic feeling, it'll start to go. People, you guys getting this, and some of you stay away. Don't be stupid. Try to help those who are kind of, out there, they kind of go away. They get this, the Lord likes to be with you when you're around devotees who have this feeling. Otherwise, what? You're ungrateful? Slapping them in the face? Yeah. What is this? Rare thing. This is why the Maya is always trying to make you ungrateful. Why do I not feel the usual exaltation today? The Lord is the super soul residing within everyone's heart. Yet knowing everything, he did not reveal anything, pretending ignorance. Yeah, and that's how the Lord teaches. He teaches, why don't I feel? What's he saying? He's saying, is there a non-devotee here with no devotion? who doesn't really appreciate, that's trying to, like usurp or do, who knows what's in that lady's mind, the mother-in-law. She had no ecstatic devotion, nor was she really interested. She just wanted to see. Who knows what was in her mind? Some people, they come here, they just want to see what's going on, like, not with the right mind. Let's see what those guys are doing. That's why the Lord locked the door from them. That's why he bewilders them here and sends them away. The Lord, okay, he did not reveal anything, pretending ignorance. So that the Lord taught that way by, like he that's Vrindavan. They teach in hints. Doesn't, not always directly saying. They show by example. He would take the position of a conditioned soul and say, well, you see, this is what happens when you're around people that don't have ecstasy. The Lord inside your own heart becomes shy because he says, oh, there's an outsider here. See, there's an outsider here, person who doesn't appreciate this. That's why this doesn't grow amongst the Vaidhi Bhaktas. And that's why we're not here to add any of that. I don't want any of that. What? That attitude? You want to be delivered quickly? You want Lord Chaitanya's mercy? You want to see that, perceive that dancing inside you of Radha and Krishna and Lord Chaitanya? You better come over here. I ain't going over there. If you want to learn the glories of this devotional feeling, well, the glories are in the book, and we just extract that truth and just put it out into the world and speak it into existence here. That's how it works. We glorify the truth. This is the ultimate truth, is Radha's love. Without Radha's love, forget it, man. You can't know Krishna. Without devotion, you're empty. You're empty of bhakti, real bhakti, and you're full of the modes. Passion, ignorance, and even goodness. That's all. That's in your container. That's in your temple. That's what people see. That's what comes out of your mind and your mouth. See? That. See? And not ecstatic devotion and conclusive understanding, which the scriptures are. See, you got the conclusive understanding. People don't understand it because they got to hear it from devotees who have this bhakti, this devotion. It's got to come out of their mouths. See, the scriptures come out of their mouths. And then God is born in you. From now, you've got a potent pregnancy, spiritual pregnancy comes from the word, from faithful hearing of the word of real devotees with actual real devotion. See, then the real God, Krishna, is born inside you, Radha and Krishna. Otherwise, it's just a big show. As I've seen in Vaishnavism, a big show. I gave it up many times because it's like, I'm tired of looking at the big show. This rules, regulations, this stuff that even Moses said, don't put any other God before me. The God that I knew from the very beginning with Jesus was transcendental, was spiritual, not this thing of ceremonies and rules. I never was attracted to that. But by good fortune, Krishna got me to stick with this. Show me there's a remnant here, a remnant of truth. It's in the books. I saw it from the beginning. But I couldn't see it in life. I could see all these prancers around in Vaishnavism with the big sticks and saying, this is real bhakti. No, it's not real bhakti. What you see in this Sangha is real bhakti. What you see in the Sangha is many pure hearts here. Okay? Because of real bhakti. Without, that is the cause of a pure heart. Blessed are the pure in heart, they will see God. How do we know people are seeing God here? When you look at the scriptures and you feel them to the point of ecstasy, you become ecstatic. The Lord gives his, this is me. Look at this, Bhakti Lata Bij, the real devotion. Now you can appreciate these scriptures. You can relish them. You can study See, study thinks, oh, study is memorizing all these. No. Study is you look at a word, man, and you relish that word, that sentence, because of feeling. You feel it, man. You feel God. You feel like God feels. See, you share the same heart. You feel, because he feels these scriptures too. Oh, this scripture is written by my devotee, who I inspired to write it. I love this scripture. You become like that. Even your own scriptures, like Prabhupada read his own books like that. Oh, I love these books because Krishna dictated them. See? That's the zone, man. That's real bhakti. That's real truth, conclusive. Otherwise, you're getting that, the one eye. Watch out for those one eyes. So he said, between his dancing, I am not deriving any pleasure today. See, pleasure is this. The Lord came here to relish bhakti. He said, I want to see what I want to. He was curious. What does Radha feel? When she worships me, what does she feel? So I want to relish that. I want to taste that. I want to feel that. See, awaken spiritual senses. You can do it. Yeah. All devotees were thrown in a whirlpool of mental agony. Oh, wait. Srivas Pandit went through the whole house looking for strangers, but could not find anyone, and informed the same to the Lord. The devotees continued the kirtan, but the Lord felt the same as before. He again stopped and said, I am still not feeling the usual ecstasy. Maybe this is Krishna's wish. The devotees were thrown in a whirlpool of mental agony. They said to one another, there is no one other than ourselves here. So probably due to some offense on our part, the Lord is not relishing his dancing today. See, they relished what Lord Chaitanya relished, and they didn't like that he wasn't happy. They wanted to experience the happiness of God. See, this is reality. See, the happiness of God. The God wants to give us his happiness. Are you willing to take the gift? See? His happiness is this ecstatic worship. It's what he came to show. See, that's in our hearts, wanting to be awakened. Who is this here? Bhakti Tom. Mute your mic there, Tom, please. Mute your mic, please. The devotees were thrown into a whirlpool of mental agony. They said to one another, there is no one other than ourselves here, so probably due to some offense on our part, the Lord is not relishing his dancing today. Srivas Pandit went searching again and eventually discovered his mother-in-law hiding around behind the baskets. So, the whole purpose of Krishna Leela. Oops. Let me do this solo thing here. The whole purpose of Krishna Leela is to teach about the glories of ecstatic devotion, to show people what is really important in this world. Could you imagine? This is why when we find devotees who are favorable to this Leela, and the proof is, favorable means not just favorable in name only, like you just read the book and you don't understand it, but favorable to the revival of that kind of worship again. Otherwise, it's just a big show of devotional service. I mean, the Lord came here to show us something extraordinary. That's why the devotees' preaching is extraordinary, very different. It's not the same. Yeah, it's not the same as, oops, God darn it. What happened here? Here we go. Yeah, it's not the same as like some rituals and some ceremonies. It's very different. It's the confidential truth about God, and that's what we hear explaining. That's why a lot of Vaishnavas, they can't relate to this. They say, "What is this? What are you doing? This is not a rule. This is not a regulation. This is not a ceremony. What are you doing here?" But we're exposing the heart of God, the heart of God that nobody knows. Is this ecstatic worship, right, Tom? What is our photo? Exposing the heart, showing what God loves, truly loves, himself, and what Radha loves, you know, who they really are. You got to feel them, man. You got to feel this bhakti to know Radha. You got to understand Krishna. You got to realize that in your mind from being filled with this bhakti. You got to feel this attraction to Krishna, and because his philosophy, his truths are all transcendental. There's my girl. Hey there, Amy. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Now I'm really inspired. Yeah. So this is okay. Let's see. Where were we? Okay. Srivas Pandit is a sober person. Oh, Srivas Pandit went searching again and eventually discovered his mother-in-law hiding behind the baskets. Srivas Pandit is a sober person, always submerged in loving devotion. Oh, somebody else is here. Let's see what that is. Madhu Mangal. It's about time. Where you been there? Thanks for coming there, Madhu Mangal.
He's a good looking guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, thanks for coming. Now, oops, he couldn't hold it. Maybe he'll come back here again. Good, you inspired me. Come on, let me. I can bash some Brahmin stuff. You know, Nityananda was considered. You know, one of his glories that Advaita, was pronouncing his glories. You, Nityananda, you are a destroyer of Brahmins. Can you imagine that? Saying that as a glorification? People usually respect the Brahmins. But he said, no, Nityananda, you destroy Brahmins. How did he do that? Just the way we do it here. See, I can relate to that. What do we destroy? We destroy people's faith that being a Brahmin is going to deliver you. You need something more. You want to be delivered out of illusion? We got to smack that idea that being a nice pukka Brahmin with a nice white cloth is going to deliver you. So we got to destroy that concept, man. Grab it like a piece of white paper and just right, Pani? We got him laughing. He wasn't laughing before. He was offended. I tell you, he was so offended when I used to preach like this. So he passed the test now. He's progressing. So Nityananda would do that. These Brahmins, they couldn't understand. He would think, what is this guy doing? What is he showing us? He was showing there's a happiness beyond this, man. It's called getting the friggin' mercy. That's why I'm telling you, Brahmins out there, listen up. You don't know what you can get here, man. You can surpass it all. Krishna, Lord Chaitanya just wants to see that you want to move on, you want to move deeper. And so that's why we, promote this thing here, because, you got to understand why Ishan snapped his Brahman thread so he could serve Lord Chaitanya. See, you have to have this devotional feeling. The Brahman feeling ain't enough. You got to have this ecstatic devotional feeling. Ooh, does that feel good? Look at Lalita Ganga's face. You can tell, or Johan, how good it feels. Oh, they'll snap that Brahman thread in a second for this gift. Or the stick, break it, bam! No problem, man. I don't break it. I just take those sticks and give them the stick of truth, man. Just to say, hey, there's something more, man. We got the special mercy here, man. We got relationship with Lord Chaitanya. What else do you need, man? They're the door, the safe bridge to the spiritual world. We got many devotees here attracted to Lord Chaitanya on the ecstatic level. I say this is the best place to be. What do you guys say? If you don't have this ecstatic feeling, you're in the wrong place, because this is the right place. This is the real will of God. He's feeling very jovial and merciful, and he wants to give this to everybody. Anybody who come here, look at this little waitress. Look at that, Pani. Little waitress comes here. Don't even have a picture of Krishna on her thing, or a friend of Krishna before, maybe now. I remember none of that. And she came in and was attracted. She said, I'll take the mercy. That's it, man. She'll take the mercy and get an experience more than the big sticks and the big gurus with the big followings. And really, they're so humble, but they don't like this. What kind of humility is that? So humble, but they don't like this ecstatic devotion that Prabhupada is ordered to give to the world, to give to ISKCON, to give to Gaudiya Smith, to give to Gaudiya Math. They're so humble. Well, to humbleness. Pooey on that humility. Feigned humility. Humbleness is come and take the mercy. That's real. Solid substance. Right there, Amy? Substantial. Truth. True. This is so true, man. I can taste it like a tasty tofu steak. Can you tell I'm picking a fight again today? I don't know. I had to make Madhumangal laugh, I mean, it's not easy, Stay in the grave state. This preaching is like a Fellini movie, like a Fellini picture, with all kinds of things going on, crazy things, but not so crazy, man. Really full of truth. Okay, where are we going? Okay. Look at Srivas's attitude. Srivas, now this is his mother-in-law, his poor mother-in-law. This is how much compassion he has. Srivas Pandit went searching again, eventually discovered his mother-in-law. So he had no devotion, lack of devotion, hiding behind the baskets. Srivas Pandit is a sober person, always submerged in loving devotion. He is never proud or cantankerous, but now he began to shake, remembering Vishwambara's displeasure. He ordered his mother-in-law to be taken away and pulled by her hair. This was done without knowledge of anyone. Almost immediately, Vishwambara began to feel the usual ecstasy in dancing. See, so anyway, if you want the Lord's real association, you want to make progress of being close to the Lord, you got to find his devotees who welcome him, who don't have a lack of devotional feeling. See, therefore the Lord likes to be amongst those devotees. Therefore, there's your entrance into the truth about who God is in His highest manifestation. Vaishnavas don't know how much neophytes they are. They have no idea. They have not even the realization of the God's universal form. Most of them, what I've seen, they haven't seen that. And those are the people who don't even know the real God. Bhagavad Gita says, those only know me as Ajay or something. The one is the super soul in everybody's heart and is everywhere and present and all that. Don't really know me. No, it's only those who have these feelings that Lord Chaitanya is teaching in this particular Leela so openly, and that we very also express so openly in word and in deed, that you can know the God truly, completely, intimately. Anybody interested? Does this make sense to anybody? Do you really want to know God that intimately, to where you can feel His presence? I mean, really feel His presence, where you and Him share the same bed and heart. Yeah, well, anyway, that's what you have to have, this feeling, man. This is our work here. This is our play here. We playfully distribute this bhakti, this feeling for God. See, this feeling, this relationship. You feel like, wow, Krishna and Radha, they're so fantastic. I really love them. I really, really feel them to the point of tears and ecstasy. And, just like you would feel if you fell in love with somebody, only even better. It's pure. The people in this world are in Maya. They're not going to perfectly reciprocate. They can't, they just, they're just fallen. Everybody's fallen. But is the Lord fallen? Man, no way. He lifts us up, man. Perfect inspiration, perfect love. What do you think, Amy? You like that kind of relationship with your Lord? Yeah. Inspiring, huh? You look at the Bhagavad Gita scriptures and you think, wow, this is so fantastic. You inspire me. That's God, man. That's when your heart, that's why Jesus is on the mountain praying and the Lord gives him that realization. Blessed are the pure in heart, they shall see God. Started with him. See, he had devotion to the Lord. Therefore, he could see God. He realized, oh yeah, if people's hearts are purified by this devotional feeling, they will see God in the scriptures like he did, like his followers, like Paul did, who had this devotional bhakti. See, this is the glories of Radharani, man. If people don't understand this, it's still a big, bhakti is a big secret. Bhakti is Radharani, man. Bhakti is devotion. It's, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, oh, by the way, bhakti is a big secret. Well, I'm here to, I don't want to see this secret here anymore. Too many secrets. Keeping people away from knowing the Lord. You like people keeping secrets? Look at the world. These guys have been keeping secrets and destroying the world. Hey, that's what demons do. They keep secrets and they're secretly working to destroy you. They don't disclose their intentions and all that. Well, the Lord says, I want to disclose my intentions. Therefore, this Leela is here. I want to disclose myself and what I really love and really like, who I really am. Therefore, this Leela is here. See, I don't know. I feel really blessed to be able to talk about this stuff, man. I've been, just meditating on this for years. It's so great to share it and, get somebody listening. And not just a lone voice in the wilderness crying out, make straight the path of the Lord. Where'd that come from? Okay. The kirtan picked up momentum. So anyway, this was done without knowledge of anyone. So Sri says, so the Lord says, Now I can feel the ecstasy. See, you want to feel ecstasy, you got to be with real devotees who have this devotion, who are favorable to this devotion. You may not even have it so much, but if you're favorable to the devotees who do have it, oh, well, this is what you're going to be. You're going to get infected by that. You're going to make advancement just by being with devotees like this, by having faith in this kind of ecstatic worship. Even by seeing it, that's going to be the biggest feather in your cap, and in your whole life is seeing devotees in ecstasy and coming to the point of appreciating and desire for it. Oh, just to do that, your whole life is more successful than going out and making a bunch of money, in your position and having a beautiful wife and nice house, and nice money in the bank. Just seeing devotees who worship the Lord in ecstasy and you appreciating that is more valuable than all of that work you did. Because that's all Maya, all of it. This is all Yoga Maya. You got to get a glimpse of Yoga Maya. That's why it says, association, what do they say? 1/10,000th of a second with a devotee is so valuable. Much less hearing a word of these kinds of revelations and realizations. Where have you heard this preaching? Where? Go ahead, Tom. Let's hear it.
I was thinking it's like remembering. You said you have to remember, Tom. Yes. So in a split second, what can we do? We can remember. We can remember, and then it goes very fast. It's like remembering.
Yeah.
I want to ask you to talk more about this remembering, so I can remember.
Aha. Yeah. That's the religion of this age. Lord Chaitanya said the religion of this age. He said a lot of things that are religion. Basically, the religion of this age is to hear the essence of truth. So he said that in a way of, the religion of this age is to remember Krishna and these truths and these pastimes, these qualities, and to remind others. That's the preaching. To remind you're reminding this thing. This is the religion of the age. This is Sadhu Sangha. See, we're talking about Krishna. We're not having Sangha with people talking, you go and look at these people talking about, oh yeah, Trump is doing this and Biden's doing this and, this is this and this. Oh, isn't this awful? Ain't it awful? All the complaints. Oh, look at this world, look at these draconian people, all day long, complaining and all this stuff. Do you like to listen to complain? Why are you complaining? The Lord He's in control. He's the potency behind all of this. See, when we understand Bhagavad Gita, then what's there to fight, actually? So until you're tired of that, then you won't listen. See, these people are participating in this. The demons want to control the world and everything, and the demigods want to fight for their control, to control, to stop it, to stop what's inevitable. The Lord works in the modes of nature. You can read it all in Bhagavad Gita. Sometimes he empowers the modes of ignorance. Makes it more powerful, and it overcomes the mode of goodness. And the mode of goodness, if you're caught up in that, if you haven't transcended the modes, then you go and fight the mode of ignorance. See, it's a fighting thing. That's why the conflict. And then sometimes the mode of goodness gets more powerful and overcomes the mode of ignorance. This is the Leela of Maya, Mahamaya. Okay? So Prahlad, that's why we see where anybody coming here, you're getting on a new path. That's different than the mode of passion and its influences over you, or the mode of ignorance and its influence, and the mode of goodness. That's why I kind of, we kind of pound that down a little bit, and its influences over you. See, so you can go into the glories of transcendence and you can be free, Otherwise, you're going to spend all your time trying to be a Pukka Brahmin, And then you go up proudly and give a class with a nice white thing. And, see, it's okay to do that, but you got to understand they ain't going to deliver you. What's going to deliver you is this bhakti, this devotion, this ecstatic taste. See? So that's the essence. That's the reminder we do. See, we remind people not of the. See, I remind people, yeah, that's the mode of ignorance. That's the mode of passion. That's the mode of goodness. Bhagavad Gita does that, right? And then we say, oh, and this is Shuddha Bhakti. See? And this is Brahman, and this is Super Soul. But this is Shuddha Bhakti. It's crying and laughing when you're tasting God's intimate glories. That's called prema. See, we make that clear. Prema is going to really deliver you, even more than liberation. Oh, all these things follow. You'll get followers from the mode of ignorance. They follow. They want, I want to serve. Oh, great. Come along. Mode of passion. Like say, you're going to see demons, coming, that were like, they were worshiping Satan. And they'll say, I got to change your heart, man. I see there's hope here, And they'll come, why not? There's hope. I'd say, hey, there's hope for you. My Lord is very powerful. He'll dissolve all that stuff. He'll free you from Lucifer's grip. People in the mode of passion, what do you call the worldly people that are all interested in money and all that? They'll come also. Yeah, you'll feel their shelter here. The Lord will give you a feeling. None of us are qualified for this, what's going on here. None of us. Not even me, but the mercy is here, and the service is here of the distribution. The Lord says, I'm going to choose you, and you distribute this special mercy, this devotional feeling, you got it, you give it. This is what Prabhupada ordered. Yeah, it's my approval. Wholehearted approval. Yes, do more of that. Give this bhakti to others to teach about it, teach its glory, share its glory, show how it's better than the modes. Even in the Brahman thing, it's that is insignificant. So what do you got? I should have smacked that guy. Okay, Amy, give us a word. How's it going?
It's going good. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. But I'm enjoying everything you're saying. Yeah. But actually no, I was just thinking when you're saying free you from the grips of Lucifer or something. Sometimes when I'm thinking of all these things, I know you had mentioned before things like that. Oh, that there is no devil. It's just that's that part. I'm sorry, like that's that aspect of Krishna, or that's that aspect of God. And people worship that. So it's all the same thing. I was just sort of thinking that whole concept.
Well, yeah, okay, but it's more like that's the Lord's shadow. It's so we're jiva. Jiva means we can meditate and get involved in the spiritual potency, which is the real clear form of God. See, it's the clear light. It's a clear truth. It's the ecstatic feelings can awaken, or the dark form is this world, the darkness, and you can meditate on that. But that causes inauspiciousness in our lives. This is what we're here to take people out of that meditation, to show there's a glorious Lord that's transcendental. That's the true form of the Lord is Krishna. See, this is what Bhagavad Gita starts to teach us these things. It says, the Lord says, that's not really, that's my shadow. That's not really me per se. It's, it's dark. It's dark, it's my dark shadow. Come look at my real form. See, and this is the beginning when you start to become attracted, which you do in real sadhu sangha, you start to look at the real form of the Lord. See, and become attracted there. Otherwise, you could say, yeah, I'm a representative of the real form of the Lord, but you're not a Shuddha Bhakta. You're gonna superimpose your mode of goodness. Say, like, a lot of Brahmins teach about Krishna, but they superimpose their consciousness, which is not transcendental, on that form. Therefore, you get a kind of an alloy, a mixture. That's why you need a devotee who is relishing transcendental mellows of that spiritual form of the Lord. And then they share with you what they're realizing in their meditation on that transcendental form. And when you look at that, now you're starting to begin to see the real form. Oh, it brings you to another level of your understanding and worship, and after a while, then you're like that too. Then you're meditating on that, and you're showing people that everything in the modes of nature is dark. Even the mode of goodness, still darkness there. I mean, it's better than the mode of passion and ignorance, but it's still dark, man. The lights are out still. It's why for a devotee who is relishing the Shuddha Bhakti form, everything's insignificant. It's like, oh, what, Brahman, yeah, big deal. I mean, it's still dark, I like light. When you like light, man. When I don't want to hear the truths from Brahmins, what is this? Or people who have not transcended the modes of nature. When you're like that too, there you go. Now you know why Krishna only recognizes his real devotees who have real devotion. Because you become like, oh, I'm not interested in people that are in the illusion, in any of it. I may try to help them, but I'm not interested in, that can't add anything to me. See, that's the way the Lord is. He said, only my devotees add to me. I add to them, they add to me. It's an exclusive relationship. That's called chastity. That's called real love.
Yeah, because even in this mode of goodness, you're still serving like the illusion, right? I mean, it's all still serving that aspect.
Yeah. I mean,
right.
It's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I mean, we need it. Like, we have bodies. And if you're acting in the mode of goodness, that's good for the body. We have bodies, but it's a body thing. If you know that, that's, and we need a good temple. It's like, why leave a temple unswept? Sweep the temple, clean it, fast sometimes. It's important. Then you can do your worship better. So there, but it's in its place. It's not, oh, this is what it's all about. It's all about sweeping the temple all friggin' day. It's all about milking cows all day. It's all about being a vegetarian. Then I'm going back to Godhead. No. There are people with eating meat that are going to go back to Godhead before you, if they associate with a Shuddha Bhakta teaching these things and you like it. They'll go back before you. These are essential principles. That's why Lord Chaitanya gave ecstatic devotion to a Muslim beefeater, simply because he associated with a pure devotee, Srivas Thakur, who had ecstatic love for him. He started jumping around. This is on Chaitanya Leela. Started jumping around. I have seen, and he was, can you imagine? He was serving a Brahmin intimately. He was a tailor. And he got love of God. See? And these big Brahmins couldn't get it because they were, they wouldn't associate with the devotees or Lord Chaitanya because they were, big Brahmins. It's always the same thing here. You people coming here will get more love of God, whether you're a Brahmin, sannyasi, or nothing special in the world. Actually, nobody's really special in the world. It's all false prestige. All this stuff is a big show to the Lord. I'm telling you, the Lord's at it. Look at the big children, man. These big sannyasis, big gurus, big followers. If they don't have any real, pure, ecstatic devotion, they're insignificant. Okay, fine. You have, you have some favorability to God and everything, but it's insignificant. See, so That's why this preaching is like that. I'm just showing you the mood. This is the thing. Why, do you want to know why the Lord says, I only recognize my intimate devotees and they only recognize me? See? And don't remind me of birthdays of people that don't come here because of a birthday. I don't care who it is. That bothers me. It really does. I mean, it really bothers. Oh, I'm sorry, this person can't. To me, the birth of Radha and Krishna are really important. So anyway, don't remind me. Lie to me. Lie. Oh well, this person can't come because something else, but not a birthday. My mood just went down. That's like, I'm like sitting in the kirtan with Srivas, it remind and his son died, and his wife, oh please, you got to go and do the funeral ceremonies. And he said basically what Jesus, let the dead bury the dead. The guy died in a holy place, but Lord Chaitanya is dancing here. See, Lord Chaitanya is dancing. Radha and Krishna are dancing in the midst. How many times you get to see that? So don't remind me of these things. Lie. Say, well, this person is something else. Otherwise, my birthdays, when it comes to being here with Sadhu Sangha, is the most important. Remind me of that. The birth of Radha and Krishna, that's really important. Their appearance day. See that we have that every day. Isn't that wonderful? The appearance day of Radha and Krishna. So that's why it's kind of, anyway, I get in the mood sometimes. Sorry about that. Okay, Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya's pastimes are not visible to everyone, only to those fortunate souls who receive the Lord's special mercy. That's why you got to have special mercy to be here. You get to see the Lord's pastimes. After a while, you start to really, you enter into it here. You know that you're in Lord Chaitanya's pastimes. When a real devotee is in this world, even though you don't see Lord Chaitanya, that's the pastimes of the Lord, because the Lord is there working through them. It's not just a one-sum, it's a two-sum. It's the devotee and the Lord doing something very special. Like here, something very special is going on here. And the more you come, the more the layers of the illusion start rolling off and you start to see that. Ask Janaki, she knows about these things. And you start to see, wow, I'm in the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. Oh my God. Hey, how many times you get it? You saw Jesus, right? When he was here. Who do you think it was? Just Jesus? No, his father was with him, man. It was a twosome. The devotee and the Lord. That's what's so powerful. The pastimes of God. See, same thing with Lord Chaitanya. Who was here? Was it just Lord Chaitanya? Well, it was two in there. It was Radha and Krishna dancing in this planet. Literally, that's why he wanted to show this is what's going on, man. The dancing of Radha and Krishna. That was the life. Chaitanya means the life force. What was the life force? It's interesting. Sri Krishna was Chaitanya. His life force was Sri Krishna. See, the dancing of Radha and Krishna and the rasa dance. This is ecstatic worship, is rasa dance. The dance of the rasa, devotee and the Lord. The devotion and the Lord. That's what people see in a container, in a body. Where are you going to see that? Oh, pretty rare place. I shouldn't have read this Leela. I get too uppity. Too outrageous, man. Well, this is outrage. This Leela is outrageous, man. Outrageous, man. People can't. You will not understand this Leela until you hear it from an outrageous devotee. Who loves this Leela, whose life and soul is Lord Chaitanya. Then you're going to see something unique in this world. See, because they're with their Lord. My Lord, this Leela is my Lord, man. See? And you guys become like that. You can see people, this Leela becomes your Lord. And man, do you get inspired when you get, it's uncommon. The energy you get. You don't just get this. It's like, a man gets energy from his wife. And a wife gets energy from her husband. Oh boy, this is real energy, man. There's no edge to it. Pure truth, man. And you inspire people. This is Bhakti Lata Bij, man. People pick up on that energy. That energy is Bhakti Lata Bij, special energy. You're with a devotee who's with his Lord, man. You got the rasa dance, man. It's going to start dancing in your heart, too. I remember I was at Madhu Mangal's house, and we were watching Krishna's little Krishna, and he says, "Oh, when am I going to go?" You see, he started to get the feeling. Remember that? You'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. Devotion, I'll never forget. The Lord never forgets, therefore I won't forget every devotional feeling. It's the only thing he remembers. The only thing that we will really remember. All this other stuff you forget, man, because it's nonsense. It makes no sense. Really. Yeah. So on another occasion, thanks for listening to my madness here. On another occasion, Lord Chaitanya was dancing, suddenly stopped and looked about himself discontentedly. He said, "I'm not feeling any joy from dancing today. I do not know what if." Did I read this already? Oh, yeah. Another one. Okay. He said, "I'm not feeling any joy from dancing today. I do not know what offenses I have committed against the Vaishnava." Everyone stopped and wondered what had gone wrong. See, and that's another way you could stop your devotional feelings, is you commit offenses against Vaishnavas. Even though a devotee doesn't take any offense, but the Lord does, in a sense. See, the devotee is not thinking that, but in their heart, see, the Lord's in the heart. He said, "What is this?" Like people who sometimes leave here and then they preach against what we're doing. You think the Lord's happy with that? No. And that's why they dry up. Everybody, everyone that is left in, because hey man, you don't know what's going on here? Well, the Lord's dancing here, man. And people go around and then they start preaching against this. The Lord ain't happy with that. What? This is a great gift, and you throw the gift away. Throw it in the water, in the ocean. I don't need this. Really? You don't need this? So people dry up. Everyone that's left here is dried up. Why would you do that? I would dry up if I left here. Everybody, why? The Lord's mercy is a special gift. I'm just fulfilling the order of Prabhupada said to do this. This is a special order. It gives me life. And it's not only just for me, it's for, whoever wants a relationship with Lord Chaitanya quickly. If people come to appreciate, like Pani, he can't come all the time, but I know that he even said, well, I feel like Krishna and Radha are with me. I feel that Krishna is with me. My wife is having all these experiences too, and we feel like God is with us. Just from appreciation. But your heart is here. See? If your heart goes somewhere else, I'm telling you, you're gonna be a dried up prune like some people. That's the lesson. That's the teaching. Now I just comment on it because that's just what I've seen, and it just makes sense. Why wouldn't you? The amazing grace here. And you go away, and it's just, anyway. The Lord ain't happy about that, and I just mention a few things about that. He's in everybody's heart, man. Okay. I do not know what offenses I've committed against the Vaishnava. Everyone stopped and wondered what had gone wrong. See, these are all teachings in here, how to understand the subtleness of this Leela. It's very subtle. So this incident is actually a sequel to something that had happened earlier. Advaitacharya, naturally a devotee of Lord Chaitanya in the mood of servitorship, when Lord Chaitanya sits on the throne of Lord Vishnu, he places the Lord's lotus feet on his head. In addition, when the Lord begins exhibiting his power and grandeur, Advaitacharya is my servant. Oh, actually, I want somebody else to read this. Okay, let's see who. Madhumangal, you want to read a little bit? Do you have that book? The Chaitanya Bhagavat, that one?
Yeah, I have it. I'll read it. Which chapter are we on?
Oh, yeah. Read, it's on, it's chapter 16 of the Majja Kamda.
Chapter 16. Okay. Sri Chaitanya enjoys the rise of Shuklambara. That's the chapter.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can go up some verses here. See if you can figure out. I think I'm reading from a different one, different translation. So just go kind of look where I was about somewhere.
I think, is it this one? On another occasion, Lord Chaitanya while dancing stopped.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. Maybe this is the same one, actually. It's amazing. Great. Go ahead.
Yeah. On another occasion, Lord Chaitanya, while dancing, suddenly stopped and looked at himself discontentedly. He said, "I'm not feeling any joy from dancing today. I do not know what offenses I have committed against a Vaishnava." Everyone stopped and wondered what had gone wrong. This incident is actually a sequel to something that had happened earlier. Advaita Acharya is naturally a devotee of Lord Chaitanya in the mood of servitorship. When Lord Chaitanya sits on the throne of Lord Vishnu, he places the Lord's lotus feet upon his head. In addition, when the Lord begins exhibiting his power and grandeur, Advaita Acharya is carried upon the waves of bliss. When the Lord says, "O Nada, you are my servant," Advaita Acharya becomes submerged in oceanic bliss. Lord Chaitanya's nature and position is inconceivable and cannot be understood. One moment, he is a supreme autocrat, and in the next moment, he reaches out to embrace the feet of the Vaishnavas.
So, devotees get this nature also. That's how you begin to understand the Lord. You got to see a personal example of that. You got to see that autocracy, that authority. And you got to see that humility that comes in when they switch moods. That's proof that there's an associate of Lord Chaitanya here, you begin to see the Lord's transcendental qualities reflected on those devotees. See? And if you're good with that, then you can enter into a relationship with the Lord because that's what you're going to see. See, if you're not favorable to that, how are you going to participate in the pastimes unless you're like maybe get the position of like a demon or something that is against the Lord? See? So anyway, we encourage people to become favorable, and people come here. That's when we can have a good sangha. But that's how we're going to see the uncommon qualities of Lord Chaitanya. When you begin to appreciate them, oh, that's really, see, now you're getting, that's being trained up in this way. Oh, you can relish the various moods of Lord Chaitanya. See? And so the Lord empowers his devotees to show many of these moods. That's why, people think, "Oh, Gohar, you're so arrogant," right? Well, it's just, it's the Lord's moods. How are you going to know? How can you know those moods of Lord Chaitanya now just from the book. You got to see in life like they saw, right? You got to see it. You got to see it. So when the Lord couldn't give his association to the devotees in Navadvip because he had to stay in Puri, he would send Jagadananda Pandit. And when Jagadananda Pandit was so close with the Lord, literally physically he was there, but also spiritually. This is a real intimate devotee. And so it was just like they had Lord Chaitanya's association. They didn't want to let him leave, when he would be there and he would talk about Lord Chaitanya and all that. They felt the Lord's presence. Okay? That's why we're delivered by the association of an associate of the Lord. That's why you can't be delivered by those who are not genuine associates. They're just practicing. You need a real association of a real intimate associate of the Lord. That's why we're teaching Chaitanya Lila conception here. Actually, it's always like this in all the books. It's glorifying that truth. The chapter 1 of Adi Lila explains all these things. When you're ready to be delivered, you get the association of a bona fide spiritual master, and they teach you these conceptions. See, the reason why Prabhupada's disciples and initiates, they didn't get this is because the message was different. See, what you're hearing now are these confidential conclusions, more elaborately fluffed out, of what deliverance is. Deliverance is to understand Lord Chaitanya, his confidential nature, which you have to hear it explained and demonstrated. So that's all being done here. That's why people are getting delivered. Does that make sense? Is that clear? I mean, just speaking about it, I get clear about it. It's like, well, yeah, you're right. That's it, man. So that's why this is necessary for those who are ready to be delivered. They will come here and it's not like you're in your mind, oh yeah, I'm delivered because the scripture says so. No, that you're delivered because you feel it. You feel intimate with God. You feel inspired by God. You feel inspired by the pastimes of the Lord. You're inspired by hearing from a bona fide spiritual master. You become like Arjuna and say, my God, this is nectar to my ear. My God, just keep on preaching these intimate things. This was Arjuna saying. And you're hearing more intimate stuff because the Lord Chaitanya came afterwards. Arjuna would have loved to have heard this, but he didn't. See, this is like when Jesus, he said the prophets would have loved to have heard what you fishermen are hearing, but couldn't because it wasn't revealed. It's the same thing. Same thing now. People, when is Krishna going to give me mercy? Krishna, well, the mercy's here, man. Mercy is coming. The kingdom of God has come to anybody who will receive it, man. That's always been like that. When the kingdom of God is here, the whole thing is, can you recognize the kingdom of God is the door to it? And that's always the devotee. Always the devotee. Always the real, whether you're a Christian, hey man, are you filled with the love of God? Because that's all thing that delivers us, is that vibration, that frequency. See, that level of consciousness, of intimacy with the true Lord. Okay? So the Lord Chaitanya came to give us this revelation and realization of his highest manifestation. See, Radha and Krishna. I mean, to realize it, not just to be born an Indian and just to have Radha and Krishna and all that. No, actually to feel that Radha and Krishna very intimately and how that shows up in the ecstasy of that. See, that's what's being revealed here. Go ahead, Pani.
Gurmat, I just wanted to share that the beauty of your preaching is that you make it so natural for us. That's the beauty of it. Because as you said, even we might sway sometimes here and there, For instance, I'm not regular, me and Noodles, but Krishna hasn't left us, and we know that for sure. Just because we pay attention whenever we can, we do comment and we are favorable to this. Like the other day, I went into the lawn to throw some seeds, reseeding the lawn. And Krishna gave me this idea that all the birds just came in. As soon as I threw them, the birds just flocked in, and then they were all eating the seeds up. I felt like you were the one who was throwing the seeds across the planet. And then it's for the birds to come and just pick it up. And then they have the food they need, to grow in Krishna consciousness. It's just throwing it so freely. Thank you.
That's what Jesus saw himself as, the sower of the seed of the kingdom. He was sower of the word of the kingdom. This is the word of the kingdom. The true kingdom is this real.
Are we live? We are. You can see some heads shaking. I think he's gone. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Do you want to come off mute, the others, so we can all chant together until Maharaj comes?
Oh, Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita.
Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hey.
Yeah, they're always at this time of the morning. It just goes off, and then I got to do a thing here, and it goes back on. Okay. Yeah. So it's a relationship, and we should throw the seeds of that relationship. Did you want to say something, Amy? Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, good. So if anybody wants to share anything, please do. Go ahead, Pani.
Lord Chaitanya's crying out in great humility, the Lord said, "O Krishna, my dearest Lord, you are my very life." The Lord wept in such a pathetic manner that even stone-like hearts melted in pity. The Lord continuously manifested these devotional moods of servitorship. In front of everyone, he discarded the omnipotent demeanor of the Supreme Lord, and acting contrary to the nature of his omniscient self, he inquired, "Have I done something due to lack of self-restraint and restlessness of mind? If so, then why was I not immediately put to death? Krishna is my life and soul. Krishna is my goal, and you are my brothers and friends, birth after birth." Devotional service to Krishna is the ultimate destination. All of you kindly instill this faith in me, otherwise I will become wayward.
Yeah, you see, this is Radha's, the mood of Radha, that deep humility and deep understanding. See, and sharing that with the world. That's why this avatar is so fantastic, man. Sharing with us secrets that have never been revealed before. He comes 4 billion, once every 4,320,000,000 years. And this Leela he's sharing his heart with us. He's sharing Radha with us and the importance of devotion. And then the intimate secrets are revealed. Read that again. It's so good.
He discarded the omnipotent demeanor of the Supreme Lord, and acting contrary to the nature of his omniscient self, he inquired, "Have I done something due to lack of self-restraint and restlessness of mind? If so, then why was I not immediately put to death? Krishna is my life and soul. Krishna is my goal. And you are my brothers and friends, birth after birth." Devotional.
Isn't it amazing? He has these two aspects. God has these two aspects. One is if you look at the feet, of Radha and Krishna, they both have signs of God on them, just maybe a little different, but they're always the signs of God. It's the same person in these two contradictory aspects. One is the supreme autocrat. This is the truth, the father of all, and the supreme, and then there's this is other aspect, this devotion. Okay? And they have to be together for us to understand the complete truth. That's why you can't just get it by studying the Vedas. People are studying. Oh, this guy's he's Guru Dev because he studied and memorized, but they don't have the aspect of Radha revealing the deep secrets of those scriptures they're studying. See, therefore it's external and superficial. But when you're hearing a devotee who is ecstatically in relationship with God, their revelations and realizations about Krishna or Krishna consciousness are very deep, very uncommon. See, this is all because of devotion. What you hear here is because of devotion. And, those who are not attracted to this kind of teaching, or they're not fortunate enough yet. Then that's why all their rules, all their regulations, and all their misunderstanding of the scriptures, and at least they're trying, and they're doing fastings and showing they really want God, and it reaches a certain point in meeting the Lord's real devotees, and you get the real deep revelation of the truth. And then you're like Arjuna, wow, this is so great to hear. I've been waiting. I studied Prabhupada's books 4 and 5 times, but I didn't really get it like I'm getting it now. Oh, it's so fantastic. All from hearing from a devotee who has devotion, therefore can get the deep insight into the scriptures. What do you think Jesus did? It was the same thing. He was able to, get another hot lady. These ladies are hot. And it's not just because of beauty. It's because of bhakti. Makes you really hot number, man.
It all comes from our guru.
It comes from Radha and Krishna, actually. It comes in, and all we can do is be a good conduit for them, so they can, bring it out manifest this in this world. This is the only thing that's going to deliver it, man, to bust the illusion, man. They're like transcendental policemen. They're like, they got the chief, there's a chief of police. They're sitting behind the desk. That's Krishna. And then you got Radha, through her girlfriends out here, and they're the beat cop. They come with their real stick, the stick of truth, man. You ever see those beat cops? They carry these bobby sticks over there in UK, and see that, and so they go and they start. They see, Radha knows all the truth about Krishna. She knows the chief, so it goes around busting everybody. Hey, you're committing this offense. Let me give you a little ticket here. Now look at the ticket really good and learn the problem here. Pay your ticket. Yeah. Go ahead. What happened? Maramango.
All the devotees became perplexed with anxiety, and no one could defy the words of the Lord. At other times, when the Lord himself was in his omnipotent mood, he himself ordered the devotees to touch his lotus feet. However, now feeling the mood of a devotee of Krishna, the Lord, upon seeing the Vaishnavas, took the dust from their feet, offering them respect. This intensely hurt the devotees within, and so to mitigate their misery, the Lord embraced them. The Lord,
you see these different moods. The Lord, because when he's Krishna in that mood of God, this is the truth. It's just the truth. It's just like when Jesus said, "There's, hey, I'm the way, the life, and the truth. He ain't gonna get to God except through me." See, that's the truth. But it sounds like, well, that's really arrogant, but it's the truth. So Krishna also, hey, touch my feet. You're going to be benefited. That's the truth. But it sounds like, oh, this is, but the more attractive aspect is Radha's devotion, this humility, feeling that, that this intimate feeling and this humility. See, so, and the Lord would oscillate between this mood, and see, it depends on where you catch him and what kind of mood. See, so that's how you see the Lord is the truth, right? Yeah, touch my feet, man. You're going to be benefited eternally. But no, people, devotees, they like the mood of Radha better usually, and this humility actually the Lord likes it better. He says, I want to. That's why he came as Lord Chaitanya, to relish the moods of devotion, this deep devotion, this deep humility. So he can do it, but of course he's both, and so different moods would pop out of the God. So the bottom line is, do you like the moods of the Lord? Do you like, can you understand these things? Okay, go ahead, Pani. If anybody has any comments, please jump in.
We get to see them all here. Sometimes roaring, sometimes.
Yeah. This is the thing. It's just how it was. That's why the Lord was misunderstood a lot, because they couldn't understand the moods. The moods of devotees, they have all, it's just like in the world. You see, sometimes people are authoritative, right? But this is all false prestige. You see these politicians, they stand up, oh, listen to me and all this, but they're not really even worthy to be listened to. A lot of them are in positions falsely, but the Lord, allows, and okay, go play your games, and people, they say, yes, I'm, an authority, but are they really, are these politicians, especially the ones now, are they really, we know most politicians are rascals. They're corrupt, right? Pani says, I don't know why people in America are surprised. We know in India all of the politicians are corrupt, right? It's nothing new, So these guys are leading the country. That's why they don't do a great job out of it, because they got material motives. I mean, that's just the way the world is. That's why it's time. Are you ready to get out? Are you ready to get out of this Leela here of material Maya? I mean, it doesn't ever go well for people here. It's like being in a house of a maze of just always reaching dead ends. Here it's like, well, this is wonderful. This is why I say, this place is so wonderful, because here we're in truth every day. Therefore the white lotus of good fortune increases every day. Yeah, go ahead, Pani. Read some more.
The Lord in such moods respected Advaita Acharya as Guru. However, this caused Advaita much pain. Though service was Advaita's only wish, the Acharya always found it so difficult to serve the Lord, as the Lord would not allow it. Now, in addition, the Lord was considering him Guru and begging for the dust of his feet. Consequently, Advaita Acharya was always contemplating how to serve the Lord and be specially blessed by having the dust from the Lord's lotus feet upon his head. Since this was impossible, while the Lord was aware and conscious, Advaita would wait for the Lord to go into an ecstatic trance. And
you see how these moods mix? The different moods of the devotees and the Lord mix. It makes a pastime. Very interesting. See, the Lord wanted to relish being a servant of his devotees, a servant of the servant. It's a taste. It's a relish. Even God, wants to serve the feet of the Vine. It's a beautiful. It gives God and those who hear these pastimes great relish. And then now you have Advaita's mood mixed in there. Advaita's like, he does, what is this? I want to serve the Lord's lotus feet. I want to do this. And the Lord won't allow. See, it's like the Lord is hogging the service. See, the devotee, I want to relish this serving of the Lord's lotus feet, and he won't allow it. Treats me as guru. I don't like this position. I like this position he's doing. Is much more tasty. And he wouldn't allow. Lord said, no, you're my guru. No, I'm here to serve you. So, and Advaita say, well, wait a second here. What is this? You're hogging this relish, this taste of this. I want to serve your feet, man. Like Radha is serving your feet. What is this? See, so it creates a pastime. So it's beautiful, wonderful. Go ahead.
Since this was impossible while the Lord was aware and conscious, Advaita would wait for the Lord to go into an ecstatic trance, and then prostrating himself, he would smear the dust from the Lord's lotus feet upon his head. Embracing his lotus feet, he wept, bathing them with tears of love. Sometimes he wiped and cleaned his lotus feet upon his head, and on other occasions, he would offer the Lord full worship. All this was possible for Advaita to do only by the Lord's grace. Accordingly, one must understand that Advaita Acharya is foremost amongst the Lord's associates, for he has fully received the Lord's blessings. The envious and jealous cannot appreciate such wonderful qualities in Advaita Acharya.
Yeah, they can't appreciate this devotion and how it is to serve a real Vaishnav. That taste, to serve a real devotee. They because of envy and jealousy and false prestige. See, so they can't taste that. Just like anybody who's had a guru here, and they moved on. See, their gurus are stuck in the envy and jealousy, and they can't. They got to do that. They got to. See, they get a kind of a taste in having disciples and being, they have prestige and people like that, but it's still false. See? That's why the Lord steals some of their disciples, and they get into the taste of serving a Vaishnava and the happiness of that. See, and that's the example to help to show that, oh, wow, even my design. That's what the pastime with the wives of the Brahmins. The Brahmins, they wouldn't serve the feet of the ecstatic Vaishnavas, the cowherd boys. Oh, no, we're not, we're into rituals and fasting and all that. That's nothing. But the wise went and did this, and they got the highest result, this devotion to Krishna, transcendental mellows, love of God. And they were still doing the rituals, and all this. And so that's how the Lord educated the husbands. See? That's why people that have gurus and come here, you're like the guru is your husband. That's just how it really is. And then you educate your husband like this. They need the lesson. You see? And then they move on into this, because this is the only place Vaishnavism is going. If anybody is dedicated in Vaishnavism, this is where it's going, is this transcendental relish, and not the relish of the false prestige and false ego. Oh, look at me, I'm a great austere, and I'm that doesn't represent Krishna. The devotees who relish these transcendental mellows, the mellows of serving the feet of real Vaishnavas, the happiness in your own heart and the progress you make by doing that. When you serve those who are the intimate servants of Lord Chaitanya, oh, what an experience that is. You feel it in your heart. You feel, wow, now I'm really making progress. Now you're learning what spiritual taste is. Now you're learning what the Lord was tasting and what Advaita wanted to taste. See, this is mellows, and this comes by serving a real Vaishnava and hearing these confidential truths. Go ahead, Pani, read some more.
I was thinking of the Bhagavatam verse where it is said this devotional service is joyfully performed. But at the
Yes.
same time, while someone is performing, they can see for themselves that they're actually, it's like when you are growing, you know it, that you're growing. And that is so self-evident here, obviously, because I can see everyone, whoever comes up and speaks, you know, they know that they are seeing it. They know that it's the real stuff, and then they can feel it for themselves.
Yeah.
That's exactly like in the verse in Bhagavatam, which says you can.
Yeah. You see why you got to become the verse.
Yeah.
See, it's not enough just to have it in a book and then you're not like that. You showed the opposite or something. What is this? So that you want to be a real disciple, you become the verse. This is joyfully performed. Yeah, man, I love doing this devotional service. It's fun, man. Oh, wow. You can see it all over the face. So you got to become the verse. That's you becoming a devotee Bhagavat now. You become first a real disciple. Real disciple enjoys hearing like Arjuna. You become like Arjuna. Oh, yeah, man. Krishna, keep on speaking. Well, if you got a real guru, man, it is Krishna using them to speak to you. You know, and then you begin to like that. Okay, now you're a real disciple like Arjuna. Arjuna was showing what it is to be a living devotee. See, and so now we want a revival of this, of what you're reading in the books. Well, it's got to be your experience. You got to be like this. That's why we're teaching this path. It's specific. The devotees have, even though they have different natures, but it's the essence is the same. Wow, I love sadhu sangha. Oh, I love to be with real associates of the Lord. Oh, I love this bhakti. See, now you're becoming an example of associates of the Lord. We're here to teach people in that way, you know, just by, you know, playing with Krishna and this. Yeah, great insight there, Bonnie.
Yeah, a very natural way. Very natural, loving way.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All the devotees here. Thank you so much.
Aren't they fantastic?
They are in their own unique ways. They're all fantastic.
Yeah.
Including our fights.
Yeah. Oh, you've been fighting.
Who is fighting? Those fights are transcendental also, Oda?
Yeah.
All our interactions are.
Yeah, that's right.
Are.
Yeah, the Lord enjoys them.
Yeah.
Here, read this, Pani, here first.
From Upendra Gautam. Can be devotee of Krishna too? Mahabharat was full of politics too, and Bhishma Pitamaha was devotee of Krishna too, but he was fighting for Kauravas. Be Krishna, so something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, of course, so it's like there's a verse in the play by Kavi Kanapur, and it says the devotees of Lord Chaitanya came as in very different positions. Some were politicians, some were kings, some were wealthy landowners, some were poverty-stricken beggars. They all had, you know, different positions. There's like, you know, it's like to participate in this play, they took different positions, but they all had the same underlying feeling, this natural love for Lord Chaitanya. See, natural. It was just natural for them. They had, in other words, they had natural love for Radha and Krishna. So they were in whatever positions, but the bottom line is whatever position you're in, do you have this natural love for Lord Krishna? Can you identify that? Because there are a lot of gurus out there that you can, if you have a natural love for Radha and Krishna and Lord Chaitanya, you could be a guru. That's why I say, hey, you gurus, anybody come forward, show us that you have this natural love for Krishna. And, you know, if you do, then you'll have the symptoms and signs. If you don't, you're a beginner. You're practicing being that. See? So, I mean, are you ready to be delivered here, guys and gals? Anybody, you know, this is the real deal. Are you into the real deal, or you want to into the practicing being guru, practicing being a real follower? You're not a real guru or follower until you hear from a real spiritual master and become a real disciple and get the experience. When you hear from a person used by Krishna, it's uncommon. It's very different from hearing the same old spiel in the world. You know, some Brahmin, you know, reciting blah, 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 the Vedas. I just wanted to make Pani laugh.
I love your Brahmin bashing these days.
It's funny, isn't it?
It's like Lord Chaitanya's devotees, like you said, they are in so many different forms, but they all have this natural attraction to the Lord.
Yeah.
Their activities are surrounded by that mood.
Yeah.
But they manifest in such weird ways. It is so hard to identify them. You know, someone is a beggar, and Lord Chaitanya says, "Call that guy who just sells these banana leaves." And no one knew him. Yes, like that.
Everybody thought he was just a banana leaf. Poor guy, you know, poor banana leaf seller that would keep everybody up at night because he liked to chant, you know.
It was such a nuisance for the others who didn't know him until, you know, Lord Chaitanya told. It's like wonderful, all these devotees.
Yeah. And so the Lord called these. He called his real associates, and a lot of times they were hidden. You know, nobody knew except a few devotees. Like one devotee was who could understand Pundarik Vijayanidhi. The others, people thought he was a materialistic Vaishnava because he had so much wealth and he was sitting on the high seat. You know, he had people fanning him and all this stuff. But he was a devotee. He had ecstatic devotion that was revealed. See, that's the bottom line. Do you have ecstatic devotion? That's the natural love for Lord Chaitanya. Otherwise, you know, what is your natural love? I mean, you're you know, natural love is for Lord Chaitanya is ecstatic, man. The tears come, the holy laughter and everything. You know, this is, see, people are getting that here, which is amazing. Go ahead, Pani.
Can I say something? Just
yes.
There's a situation going on here. There are some floods and dikes, and people are evacuated. So I cannot speak a lot. I have to listen to some news channels.
Okay.
But I just wanted to mention it. Yes.
Okay.
Hare Krishna.
Good. Okay, go ahead, Pani.
We'll see him floating by slowly with his guitar.
Yeah, I don't know. This big lake here might just overflood.
I'm in a high place, yes, but there are relatives and a lot of people, like many people. They are now evacuated around. So I'm also trying to see what's going on. It's really serious.
Okay.
Maybe you should build an ark.
Materially speaking, it's serious.
It's serious, huh?
Yeah. There are
start building an ark.
Yeah. I called my daughter. She is, her name is Inoa, and I kind of felt this.
Yeah.
Her name she's named after Noah with the ark.
Okay, great, good. Okay, we'll trust that you'll handle all this stuff. Go ahead, Pani, read some more.
Accordingly, one must understand that Advaita Acharya is foremost among the Lord's associates, for he has fully received the Lord's blessings. The envious and jealous cannot appreciate such wonderful qualities in Advaita Acharya. This day, when Lord Vishwambara was dancing, Advaita Acharya was happily dancing, circumambulating him. Suddenly, Lord Chaitanya fell down unconscious in the highest state of spiritual ecstasy. Advaita Acharya, seeing this as an opportunity, took the dust from the Lord's lotus feet and stealthily smeared the dust all over his body. Lord Chaitanya got up and again started dancing. Nevertheless, he did not feel the usual exultation. The Lord then said, "Why is my heart not revealing to me the reason for my dissatisfaction? Whom have I offended that I must be without joy? Which thief has stolen from me, and by this offense I cannot dance in carefree ecstasy? Has anyone taken the dust from my feet? Kindly speak out the truth. Do not worry. You have my assurance that nothing will happen. When the devotees heard Lord Chaitanya, who is the omniscient supersoul within everyone's heart, they remained silent in fear. On one hand, they were afraid of Advaita Acharya, and on the other, if they did not speak the truth, it was doomsday for them. Understanding their dilemma, Advaita Acharya spoke up. With folded hands, Advaita Acharya said, "My dear Lord Chaitanya, if a thief cannot have the treasure he is looking for while the master is awake and unwilling, then the thief must steal it while the master is unable to see or know. I have stolen the dust from your lotus feet. Kindly forgive me for this offense. If this dissatisfies you, my lord, I will not do it again." Lord Chaitanya became infuriated by Advaita's words. And under the pretext of angry words, he revealed the transcendental qualities of Advaita Acharya. He said, "Even after you have annihilated the entire cosmic creation, you do not feel a touch of remorse. After this total devastation, only I remain. Yet it seems that you will be content only after you have devastated me. You do not destroy the sages, hermits, yogis, and philosophers with your trident. Yet those who come to you, humbly seeking your grace, you catch their feet and finish them off. I am just a Vaishnava from Vrindavan, Mathura," referring to Krishna, himself as Krishna, "and I have come to pay my respects at your lotus feet. While such a person should develop more attachment to Lord Vishnu by seeing your lotus feet, instead you devastate whatever devotion he possesses. You have reduced my devotional wealth by taking from me the dust of my feet. Lord Krishna has bestowed upon you all the devotion available in this unlimited creation. Yet you steal from one with a meager holding. You have no compassion. When it comes to destroying someone's devotion, you're heartless." The Lord spoke the real facts about Advaita Acharya's transcendental character under the pretext of being angry, and all the devotees were enjoying the fun. The Lord continued, "You have been stealing, and you think I'm not able to do the same? Just wait and see how to steal from a thief." The Lord embraced Advaita Acharya and, catching his feet, smeared the dust from his feet upon his body, laughing as he did so. Advaita Acharya's strength was no match for the lion-like Lord Gaurasundara, as the Lord took his feet and rubbed them upon his head. He then placed Advaita's feet upon his chest and said, "Now see how I have bound a thief on my lap. You tried to steal from me many, many times, a little at a time, but I have relieved you of everything at one time." Advaita Acharya said, "My lord, whatever you say is true. You are the real proprietor of everything, and I'm an ignorant person. Everything belongs to you, my life, intelligence, mind, and body. Who could protect me if you decide to destroy or punish me? You are the giver of happiness, and you also mete out punishment." When Narada Muni traveled to Dwaraka to pray at the lotus feet,
Yeah, you see, the Lord is the giver of true happiness. Not, and he's the giver, in the sense of material happiness too. But this happiness is special. It's special happiness. This is eternal happiness. See, and this is that's why the devotees, they're like Advaita in that sense. They're part of the family. They say, you're the real happiness in the world. This is what they give, the happiness of God to people, the happiness of this loving God. See, this is true happiness. This other stuff is all superficial. It comes and it goes, but this stays. Anybody, you start to feel this transcendental happiness. Now you're putting real money in the bank. This will go with you forever. Everything else comes and goes, but this stays with us forever. Even just a little bit, it's like putting dollars in your pocket, but these never go away. This is the importance of this happiness of God, man. It puts us on the same qualitative level of, this is the great gift of the Lord, is to give us this happiness, and he does it through his real representatives. Those who are still, have the qualities of envy and jealousy and all this, they can't appreciate these qualities. That's why many of them are still as gurus and sannyasis, and they have disciples and everything, but they can't appreciate this happiness until it's time, for them to realize, that's why the Lord uses witnesses. Those who come, often they're disciples. They come and they get this special happiness, and people start to see it in their faces. The gurus, even their authorities, their families. That's how the Lord works. Otherwise, how is he going to get through to people? So that's how he saved villages. He had people, his devotees, born in these very low-class villages, and they got to see, look at these persons, they're extraordinarily happy. Well, because the real God is their life and soul. That's our work here too, is to show this extraordinary happiness. I mean, it breaks my heart when I look and all these people that are living, they're miserable. They're miserable simply because they don't have this. They have all this inauspicious. They don't know how. They're trying this and trying that, and they're involved in this and that, and they can't get real happiness. And if they understood this, it's really great. So that's our work, is just to give people a back door. That's why this time is good time for preaching. The modes of ignorance and passion are making people very miserable. This can you imagine? This draconian takeover is a miserable thing. And not only do we not have the miseries of the demigods, but the miseries of the demons, which but they they create also weather disasters. This is increased. Not only are do demigods do it as a reaction, but then the demons also are in the act. So there's a lot of miseries being heaped on the planet, but this at the same time as this. Isn't it funny how when the Lord wants to give a really special blessing, he often does it on a wartime, when these kinds of demons are taken over. With like Kamsa and like Hiranyakashipu, look at the blessings that came. We're in the same kind of time like this. Very extraordinary. These are Bhagavatam times. These are times that are really noted and remembered. That's why it's a very great privilege to be born at this time with this kind of extraordinary happening. When you're in this, when you're not, it's a real, So anyway, the Lord does very special things during these times. He shows his prowess, just like the demons are showing their prowess now. Look how strong we are. We have technology and we can control you and all this. And then you got the demigods showing their prowess, trying to counteract that. And then you see we're here showing the Lord's transcendental prowess and saying this is topmost. This is really where the shelter is for everybody. We're not partial, just, hey, man, whoever comes here will be purified and blessed. Whoever doesn't, you'll be more or less, more or less, and, less of this, less of the auspiciousness. Vaidhi, this is beyond Vaidhi Bhakti. This is transcendental happiness of God. This is the real nature of God. The confidential nature of God is being expressed and taught here. This is special. Special blessings come from that. Special mercy comes from that. Special deliverance comes from that. Special understanding, special protection, special, everything special. You know, special inspiration, special devotion and feelings. You notice? It's extraordinary. Everything is uncommon, very different in that sense. Yeah. Special liberation, special salvation. This is beyond salvation. It's more than that. Okay, Tommy, go ahead.
I was just hello, Hare Krishna.
Go ahead.
Everything you said there is exactly Hare Krishna. Yeah, I was just talking with Martin, just discussing the way the world is going and the big plan of the big state and how amazing it's happening in our lifetime. But to trump that is how amazing it is that we're actually in this Sangha, in this lineage, with this incarnation, which is so rare. And as you're saying, only by being in the darkest, when you're in the dark, then the light becomes so bright. Yeah. And that's where we are now in this world. It's becoming so dark that this piercing Chaitanya incarnation is it's dazzling. And we're here and we're so fortunate.
Yeah, not only, and the incarnation is brought to light and to life by this kind of preaching. Very important. Because otherwise it stays in the book, and the bottom line is it stays in the book, this preaching, and then they preach something else, rules, regulations, varnashram dharma, and just, it's the same thing. The confidential truth was in the Bible, in the Old Testament, and it stayed rules, regulations, and fastings and all that, and motivated leaders. They couldn't get to the level of what the confidential truth of all these scriptures are, but Jesus extracted that and then spoke that into existence. And we do the same thing with Lord Chaitanya's Leela and the Bhagavad Gita, even extract the essence and speak it into existence. Now this becomes the predominated path. Why not? It's stronger, isn't it? Can you feel the strength of this path compared to the other things being shared in this world? This is a knockout punch, man.
It's amazing that someone naming names like Eric, who came so to taste, to relish, to see, to witness, and then to go back to Christ, who is beautiful in himself, but does not have this have that Lord Chaitanya is. Yeah. To step back into the Christ consciousness, to me, it's like how would you go for a lower taste when this higher taste is already being?
Well, I'll tell you why. It's because they don't want to go through the purification, because it's like, I want to keep this level. I don't want to go deeper. See, so that way he can keep his superiority, his equality then you got to go beyond liberation and salvation into being a real servant of Krishna on a very intimate level. But that means you got to become a servant of a Vaishnava. If you still want to be a teachy, it's usually the same kind of thing. They want to be a teacher. He wants to be a teacher, and also Meena still. They got this teachy thing. See, so but it's all because they won't go a little deeper into the purification, and then they become a real teacher. See, you got to become a real disciple. You're here because you want intimacy with God. That is primary, and then automatically you teach how to be a real disciple. That's being a real guru. Otherwise, once you go there, it's because you don't want to go through the purification more, or you're not capable of understanding to do that. See, then you keep that and you go and you got to live that out. It's the same thing. Why couldn't people get it with Prabhupada, the leaders? Because they actually go away from Prabhupada and then become big teachers and all this and gurus. See, and live that out. So anyway, they and others get the opportunity to go all the way, and then you can become a guru like this. Anybody interested in becoming a guru like this? Where it just happens naturally. The love is natural, and then the Lord says, oh, okay, I want to use you in this position. And he may say, I want to use you as a good example as a disciple, which is actually even better in that sense.
I suppose it's easier to serve somebody who's not in the flesh, because when there's a living devotee in front of you, a living Bhagavat, there's a whole, it is real surrender in that material way. But while you have a Jesus figure or a Prabhupada figure, you can hedge your bets. You can fudge bits in here and there. Yeah.
Well, it's not even in a material way. It's a spiritual way. You got to go through the transformation. See, and that comes by, that's why you can cheat yourself and you can cheat others that are, like neophytes. But you can't cheat Krishna and his devotees. They're the standard. They're the gold standard. So you could say, whatever you want to say. But if you don't go through to become like go all the way with Krishna, basically, all the way to this intimacy, then you'll never really know. You'll be in false prestige. And people will respect you. Oh, yeah, wow, is she a great teacher? Oh boy, is he a great teacher? She's a great teacher. The neophytes say that. They can't tell the difference between an empowered devotee and those who are, have a motive. They have a desire for that, to be a great teacher. See? So this is a thing. If you go all the way, then you automatically become a great teacher, even as a disciple, and disciples become real gurus, because they know the way. They go in the right way and they get purified and they get this amazing taste and this amazing intimacy, and you just preach that. That's being guru. Now you know what it is to be. Otherwise it's superficial, external, and material mixed in. This is the thing. We've got gurus like that, with mixed in, stuff. And they can't bring people to a deep level. See, that's why you see those who come here and stay here and they go really purified, they get really ecstatic, more and more ecstatic. Go ahead, Pani. Or anybody else who wants to say something.
I just remembered that the exact thing that you said. It was beautiful that you explained that they have to take that step to go beyond. And that Prabhupada said it was the last snare of Maya, to be this desire to be one with the Lord. In a way, be a guru. Guru is treated like Krishna. And so they want to be like that.
Exactly. See, and when you desire to be guru, it's like it's just the same as wanting to be equal with God. You want that equality with the Lord. It's a kind of a liberation, because you want to be equal to the Lord with the same opulences and all that. Real pure devotional service is not that. That's still a desire in there to be like God, equal with God. That's why you get one of the 5 kinds of liberation, is because you want that. See, pure devotee doesn't. No. I just want to be with you, Lord. I just want to taste your. I want to taste your glories. I want to know the supreme personality of Godhead. Simple. I don't want to go back to Godhead. I want to know you. The kingdom of God is within and at hand. All these verses, you become that. That's pure devotional service. See? And that's what we teach here. That's why it's kind of the Lord puts you to task here. And you want that? Okay, go live that out over there. That's
realization.
Yeah.
Prabhupada says, go back home to Godhead. It's like it's a place.
Yeah.
But what you just said there is God, go back to God. It's not going to a place, it's going to your essence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, God is already here, but can we realize it? That's another thing. The Lord is here. This is the pure devotional service is to feel that transcendental Lord, because it's so fantastic. It's like it satisfies all desires. This is why Dhruva, he had the desire to have a big kingdom. He's worshiping Krishna to get a big kingdom. And then the Lord appeared and the desire just, I'm fulfilled. I don't need this big kingdom. And the Lord said, well, I got to give it to you anyway. But you got me. See? So ultimately, everybody sees that, that's pure devotional service. Narada Muni, he doesn't want to go. He doesn't need to. If he wants to go somewhere, it's because of his relationship with God. It's a rasa dance. It's like he gets together with the Lord and they decide, let's go here, let's go there, Yeah. Yeah. It's like, the Lord is the devotee carries the Lord, right? He carries the Lord here and there. But this is because of both of them, not because of just one. It's not just because of Krishna. It's not just because of, say, Garuda. It's because they're both together and they kind of, let's, it's like you get together and make a plan. There's a rasa dance. It comes spontaneously.
That is so amazing, as you were explaining. I just felt it was so amazing to have this relationship with the Lord where you're making plans to make, it's like, I never thought of Garuda that way, that they probably are flying in and they're making plans to visit.
Yeah, it's not because of the Lord only. It's because of the devotee and Lord being together. Then it becomes apparent. And then, see, it's like if you look, okay, that's external, right? The Garuda, if you think the Lord's there and Garuda's there. But if you look at the internal level, what's going on? Well, say you see only the devotee, but actually the Lord is behind them. The devotee carries the Lord. So what you're seeing is that the Lord and the devotee together, and the devotee gets inspired. See, because of this being together, and then things move. The dance comes, something, writing or poetry, or actually even going somewhere. I think we'll go here today. Yeah, that's a relationship. It's fantastic, man. It's like, this one will stay with you forever. Now, when you go into an incarnation, it's not like you forget. You go spend your whole life thinking you're alone, and you got to get the beautiful woman or the beautiful man, and get together and have some companionship. No, it's the Lord. You realize, this is my primary relationship. Like the residents of Vrindavan, you become like that. Residents of Vrindavan, they have their relationships in the world and this and that, but they got Krishna, and that's their primary. Okay. It's like, and we're all related. See, like you're married, both your husband, you as a husband, and your wife, you have this eternal relationship. You know that. It's there. It's not, you're in unawareness of it. A lot of people, in unawareness of that. They think it's just between me and my wife and my children and my boats. And this is the thing. That's why the Lord we're in this phase. He's shaking people up. I mean, they're all, God, I look around these people, it's all about my house and my wealth and my wife and my children, my boats. I mean, I'm sitting right here, the guy got everything. So the Lord's shaking that up, saying, hey, man, it's really not all about that, because I can shake that up at any time. And he does. He's doing it now. Oh, you thought you were free? Oh, well, actually, my Maya's in charge of you. And then the draconian, right? When the mode of goodness is happening, passion and goodness, it's like, okay, everything's going along fine. But when ignorance mixed with passion because that's what it is. It's ignorance mixed with passion, because that's why these guys are planning and they're very ignorant, we want to imitate God and all this stuff, and they want to make us slaves. And see, this is ignorance and passion. mixed together. They got the passion to get it done, the passion to plan this out. Ignorance without the passion, you just you become like a drunk on the street. You don't have any energy. But with the passion, oh boy, watch out. So the Lord uses that for destroying things. It's like Lord Shiva is kind of in force here. And but ultimately, when you see behind everything is the Lord's plan, which is his plan is deliver people, right? And he shakes them up. He's shaking people up right now, People think, oh, you own this big house. Oh, watch, and then the government comes and takes it away. I mean, that's it's headed for that kind of a thing. People have all these vast property, and the government comes in and takes it away, and then, so anyway, this is the Lord. Anyway, behind everything is the Lord. So I think, I think it's fantastic that at least many of us coming here were realizing what we're here for is to distribute this, this knowledge. Who has this? These people their lives are inauspicious for not having this. So whoever will listen, you can live a really auspicious life, real transcendental auspiciousness that it benefits you eternally by being with real devotees who have the association of the Lord's transcendental presence, like here. So whoever comes, and that's your witness. You just, you got any witness there, Shama Sundari? What's God doing in your life? Anything?
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Oh, let me please start from some admiration. I just want to thank you for this amazing lecture. When I was starting to listen to you today, I was cooking, and I was cooking with love to my friend, but I was cooking like very fast, and then I was eating very fast because I just wanted to come here, and be for a while with you. Really nice lecture. I mean, wow. Pro. Wow. Yeah, and then what can I say more? Purification from this preaching is real, and it's big. I mean, when you are discussing about Chaitanya and this Leela, then I can just say that I am neophyte. I don't know. I'm just a beginner, I don't know anything. I don't have so much. Since I don't live in the temple, I don't have so much in my life of those. But I hear what you are saying. I'm just it's touched me so deeply, and I understand, and it's enlightened me, and what this relation with Lord. It was always there, It was always there since I was born, and it was. He was always with me, and so strongly. And then I had this whole affair with Krishna consciousness, and then I came back to this life. And right now in this year, I see how I'm going through purification, because at first I felt a sense of guilty that I cannot be here more, And it took me months to get rid of the sense of guilty. It was purification. And then I was jealous, but I'm not like this, that I will open the Facebook and I will not say or write something. I'm working inside of me, but I had a jealous because I was projecting, and I was thinking like, okay, they don't have work, they have time to come here, and they can enjoy, and they can taste, and they can say, wow, we are so lucky. And I was listening, every day a little bit, and I was so angry, and I was like, no, no, it's not true. I have my Lord in my life and he's helping me with everything. And my life is lucky, you know. My relations is lucky. Everything is lucky, you know. How can I have, and it was color jealous. There was everything. I'm angry sometimes.
Oh.
But all in all, I'm always attracted, you know, and every time when I have time and when I can like really focus on listening to you, I hear even more, and I can just confirm, yeah, and this what how it touches inside. This is big. I mean, this is alchemical transformation, like you said, and I can admit publicly that I have fear from this transformation. I don't want to give up everything, and this was so true what you said today. It's like I feel his presence all the time. I'm taking my time, morning and evening. You know, we have some sessions. I chant, and it's melting through all my being. I love this. I talk to God. I listen to you, and I feel lucky and blessed. But there is something that I don't want, you know, go 100% because I don't know, and this scares me. Yeah, this is yes, but okay. Coming back to the conclusion, it's topmost. It's amazing. I'm very grateful. I heard everything what you said today, and it's like, I can just say I am nothing. I am beginner because I cannot express it. You know, I'm just right now. My level is like I can only feel it. What you're saying,
Yeah.
but by on my own.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's natural. It's a, you know, it's a growth thing. It's a trust. It's a developing trust, you know, even with God, trusting the Lord more. I mean, that's my journey also, is trust more and more, trusting the Lord that this is real, this is true, and it takes time. Yeah, Sachi also, she gets jealous too. She doesn't like it either. That's good. Just whatever, you know, it's all part of the purification. Is whatever comes up, it's it. That's it, man. That's what you're supposed to experience. Yeah. And gradually, you know, then it all becomes spiritual. It's you understand just naturally through the purification. You become natural understanding how it all works. How you actually, when a devotee is ecstatic, you can partake of that. It's not a thing that they're getting ahead of you. You can also partake. That's how devotees relish the Leela, is they relish the ecstatic relationship that a devotee has with Krishna. They are part of that. They're part of appreciating, tasting that. You know, through it's like Lord Brahma said, "Oh, the gopis are very lucky for having to be able to see the Lord and to relate to the Lord directly and everything." And then he says, but we are also very lucky because the gopis' senses, bodies and senses, are like the cups from which we can drink. See, this is, as we're getting purified, you see that, like, from that level. Then the jealousy disappears. No, that was only to get you to want this, and that's okay. You know, it gets transformed, and then you just start drinking. You know, that's the whole point of reading the pastimes and drinking. So if you see a devotee drinking, oh well, that's very good. You know, and they can drink from what they're drinking. That's the secret. But it takes time, you know, it needs purification.
So it's one is sure, God is real, and you know him, Guru Maharaj. And you asked me how it works in my life. I can tell you just he's omniscient, he's present all the time, and he's super merciful. You know, I'm not getting bad lessons. It's so nice for me. Yeah, I don't know how, and I really yeah, but sometimes I just don't know what it goes on, where it goes, you know.
Yeah.
because when we are together since all my life, and now I hear you, I don't know what to, it's just, I don't know, it's maybe about this present moment and holding on.
Fluff that out a little bit more. Explain that a little more to me.
I'm saying that he never leaves me. He never leaves me. He's always there, and he's very nice and merciful. I mean, like best father, best friend, you know, like best companion. And then, but sometimes I just don't know where it goes, you know, where it goes, because right now I hear you. I know that it's all true, but where it goes should. It's all about present moment and just holding on, or should, you know?
Oh yeah, where it goes. Yeah, well, that's spontaneous. See, there's a new way. Where it goes is it goes in the moment, you know, in the dance. It's in the relationship. Then spontaneous. Yeah, go ahead. What?
Because before I told you that there were sense of guilty that they cannot come more, yes? And this sense of guilty is purified. I don't feel any more sense of guilty. Then I felt this jealousy, why they have time, why they can, you know, play and dance and do all these beautiful meetings and stuff, and I cannot. Although you are with me and I'm doing every day such a conscious present work all the time, what it's about, you know, where it goes. And then it also, I let it go. I just accept it, you know. I just accept it. It was a little bit like defensive protection mood. Okay, I will not convince anybody that I live with Lord, you know. It's my Lord, and I can, you know, something like this mood, this kind of mood. And now I just let it go. I just let it go, and I accept it. And it also took this being somebody important, you know. It's okay like it is, and just I'm asked. I don't know where it goes because
Well, this is where this is where it goes. Is in this it's going. It's here already. What you're experiencing is where it goes. See, you just stay with the process in the moment. You know, that's where it's going. It's gone. It's there. You know, where is it going? Well, you're in it, and you know that's where it's gone. It went to this point now in this experience of the whatever it is, jealousy, ecstasy, whatever. That's where it goes. You know, and then everything is. See, now you're into like the alchemy. It's a transformation. You know, it's here in this. Okay, so you just with it, just notice it and. It's changing, you know, and then that's where it's going. It's going. It's here. It's actually this thing of where it goes is it's going. You know, you're into the going and not where is it going. It's here. You've arrived.
Yeah, but it's really a relationship, you know, and it's really eternal because. Sometimes I don't have to do anything to put my attention. No, he's just there. It's like I'm busy here, and then it comes this wave from inside, like Hare Krishna, and then it puts my attention to the Maha Mantra, and I start to chant in very spontaneous way. You know, it has nothing to do like I was schooled or trained before. It's just really eating this name, and it always surprises me every day. I ask in myself, why is it so tasty? Wow, okay, and I remember, okay, it's powerful. Okay, this name it's transforming. Okay, it's fun.
It's fun. Yeah, it's good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amy says, "Oh, Shama Sundari is so cute."
Hey, Shama. Shama Sundari, is your boyfriend into Krishna consciousness or God consciousness or?
No, my boyfriend is into software.
He's a computer nerd then.
But what does he think about? What does he think of your devotion? What does he think about your lifestyle?
You know, he accepted, and he's claiming that so he doesn't think about the stuff, but he's for me like he is devotion, you know. He's so pure, he has such qualities, and I transform in front of him. This is like we are together, but we are very individuals, and this comes only good from these relations. And this is also a gift from Radharani, because 2 years ago when I was taking a bath in Radhakund, I was praying on somebody like this, because I always felt that I have this potential to, you know, I just wanted, I imagined that with somebody like this, I could grow, you know, and I need this by me, and I got more what I asked for. And no, he has not this kind of consciousness, but he has consciousness which purifies also my shit.
Perfect. Sri Krishna puts you in a perfect position. Yeah.
Yeah, Krishna is merciful.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah. You know, I think I'm gonna go now. I have to use the bathroom and stuff. Unless, actually, do you feel like reading more? Do you want to read a little bit, Shama Sundari?
Yeah, sure. I have time till 4 because then I have classes. But you give me 3 minutes.
Yeah.
If other ones, because maybe you are also tired.
No. Actually, we'll just keep it going here because looks like yeah, I can go and do what I have to do, and I'll just disappear for a little bit.
I just need a few minutes to prepare.
Yeah. So go ahead, Pani. Read some more.
Okay. I just wanted to share something the other day which came up. I was watching a Netflix series. It's called How to Be a Tyrant. That's what it's called.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So, and then I was like 30 minutes through it, and they were explaining what these tyrants actually have in their nature. They were saying one after the other, they have to be so convinced about themselves and all those things. And in the middle of nothing, I remembered Krishna. It's like, Krishna gave remembrance that, yeah, that's me. That's my nature, and they're trying to imitate in a weird way so that they actually become so twisted.
Yeah.
There is like a transcendental autocrat. The devotees keep saying that. And then that came to my mind. So as Shama was saying, it's like, naturally Krishna, in my life, I noticed that without extraneous effort, being favorable to you and your preaching, whenever we can come in, it's like Krishna is showing these in such weird ways. At times when I would least expect that's a conscious way of looking at things. But he's there and then he shows, see, that's me. But these guys try to imitate my nature, and so they go twisting.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it's all imitation. This is the shadow does. So they're serving the shadow, which imitates the it's like the shadow is following along with the light, So, but they're looking at the shadow, and it causes an imitation thing. The shadow is like imitating the light in a sense, following along with it. So if you look in that direction, so now being a devotee, when you look at the shadow, it reminds you of the truth.
Wow. It's amazing.
See, that's why because you've listened to enough classes. I'm always doing that. I show the shadow. I say, you see the shadow, it's doing this and this, and that's because of this. That's Bhagavatam preaching. Highest truth, highest the conclusive truth, distinguished from the illusion.
Yeah, that's like in Bhagavatam it is said that Vyasadeva, when he saw the Lord, he saw his shadow as well, isn't it? There was a devotee. Is it Vyasadeva? I think it is. So I think Vyasadeva notices the Lord and his shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the devotee saying that. When you said that.
Yeah, when he realized Krishna, it said he saw the spiritual potency side by side with the material potency. See, side by side. under the full control of the spiritual potency. See, because of course the real person is under control, of the shadow. The shadow is follows along. So the Maya, everybody's looking at the shadow and following that. And that's why their lives are miserable, or they're unclear, and just it's shadowy. It's like so. It's devotees are here to bring people into the, bring them out of the illusion. Otherwise, it's always this reincarnation thing over and over again. It's
Gosh, you are today very soft.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
Not a hard ass today, huh?
Yeah, I like when you're soft.
Yeah, I know. It's because the brother likes the softness. Yeah. I also like when I'm soft. I don't like being this hard ass, but I just the Lord doesn't doesn't give me what I want all the time.
Got it. What should I read?
What would you like to read? Read what you like. You're an independent girl.
Yeah. What about the Krishna consciousness, the topmost yoga system about Krishna mantra?
Okay, great.
Yes?
Yes. There she is, flourishing like the palm tree. She came here because she heard the jealousy thing, and she thought, wow, this is very interesting. I also can relate to that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Marisachi, I feel you.
It's no fun.
Yeah, Sachi was saying, I had this jealousy thing. We're getting purified. I'm sick of this feeling jealous all the time, man.
Been going on for years.
It'll go on as long as it goes on. Go ahead. There,
Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. All glories to you, Guru Maharaj. Thank you for this amazing lecture, really topmost. And all glories to you, beautiful devotees. It's really nice to meet with you. This is chapter 6 of Krishna consciousness, the topmost yoga system. The transcendental vibration established by the chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, is the sublime method for reviving our transcendental consciousness as living spiritual souls. We are all originally Krishna conscious entities, but due to our association with matter from time immemorial, our consciousness is now. Guru Maharaj, can you make your
I'll mute. Yes, I'll mute. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, if anybody wants to say anything, if I'm not here, to discuss, jump in and
Yeah, we will rule your show.
Yes, great, awesome. Let's see here. How do I do this? Oh yeah, here we go.
Thank you. We are all originally Krishna conscious entities, but due to our association with matter from time immemorial, our conscious is now adulterated by the material atmosphere. The material atmosphere in which we are now living is called Maya or illusion, and Maya means that which is not. And what is this illusion? The illusion is that we are all trying to be lords of material nature, which actually we are under the grip of her stringent law. When a servant artificially tries to imitate the all-power master, it is called illusion. We are trying to exploit the resources of material nature, but actually we are becoming more and more entangled in her complexities. Therefore, although we are engaged in a hard struggle to conquer nature, we are ever more dependent on her. This illusory struggle against material nature can be stopped at once be revival to our eternal Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare is the transcendental process for reviving this original pure consciousness. By chanting this transcendental vibration, we can cleanse away all misgivings within our hearts. The basic principle of all such misgivings is the false consciousness that I'm the Lord of all I survey. Krishna consciousness is not an artificial imposition on the mind. This consciousness is the original natural energy of the living entity. When we hear the transcendental vibration, this consciousness is revived. The simplest method of meditation is recommended for this age. By practical experience also, one can perceive that by chanting this Maha Mantra or the great chanting for deliverance, one can at once feel a transcendental ecstasy coming from the spiritual stratum. In the material concept of life, we are busy in the matter of sense gratification as if we were in the lower animal stage. A little elevated from this status of sense gratification, one is engaged in mental speculation for the purpose of getting out of the material clutches. A little elevated from this speculative status, when one is intelligent enough, one tries to find out the supreme cause of all causes, within and without. And when one is factually on the plane of spiritual understanding, surpassing the stage of sense, mind, and intelligence, he's then on the transcendental plane. This chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra is an act from the spiritual platform, and thus this sound vibration surpasses all lower strata of consciousness, namely sensual, mental, and intellectual. There is no need, therefore, to understand the language of mantra, nor is there any need for mental speculation, nor any intellectual adjustment for chanting this Maha Mantra. It is automatic from the spiritual platform, and as such, anyone can take part in vibrating this transcendental sound without any previous qualification. In a more advanced stage, of course, one is not expected to commit offenses on grounds of spiritual understanding. In the beginning, there may not be the presence of all transcendental ecstasies, which are 8 in number. There are being stopped, as toe damp, perspiration, standing up of hair on the body, dislocation of voice, trembling, thudding of the body, crying in ecstasy, and trance. But there is no doubt that chanting for a while takes one immediately to the spiritual platform, and one shows the first symptom of this in the urge to dance along with the chanting of the Maha Mantra. We have seen this practically. Even a child can take a part in the chanting and dancing. Of course, for one who is too entangled in the material life, it takes a little more time to come to the standard point. But even such a materially engrossed man is raised to the spiritual platform very quickly. When it is chanted by a pure devotee of the Lord in love, it has the greatest efficiency on hearers, and as such, this chanting should be heard from the lips of a pure devotee of the Lord, so that immediate effect can be achieved. As far as possible, chanting from the lips of non-devotees should be avoided. Milk touched by the lips of serpent has poisonous effects. The word Hara is the form of addressing the energy of the Lord, and the word Krishna and Rama are forms of addressing the Lord himself. Both Krishna and Rama means the supreme pleasure, and Hara is the supreme pleasure energy of the Lord. Changed to Hare, Hare in the vocative. The supreme pleasure energy of the Lord helps us to reach the Lord. The material energy called Maya is also one of the multi-energies of the Lord, and we, the living entities, are also the marginal energy of the Lord. The living entities are described as superior to material energy. When the superior energy is in contact with the inferior energy, an incompatible situation arises. But when the superior marginal energy is in contact with the superior energy called Hara, it is established in its happy, normal condition. These three words, namely Hara, Krishna, and Rama, are the transcendental seeds of the Maha Mantra. The chanting is a spiritual call for the Lord and his energy to give protection to the conditioned soul. This chanting is exactly like the Genu cry of a child for its mother's presence. Mother Hara helps the devotee achieve the Lord Father's grace. And the Lord reveals himself to the devotee who chants this Mahamantra sincerely. No other means of spiritual realization is as effective in this age of quarrel and hypocrisy as the Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This is so short, so I will read the 7th chapter, How Bhakti Yoga Works. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells his disciple Arjuna, I'm disclosing a most confidential part of knowledge to you, because you are my dear friend. As is stated in the 4th chapter, the Bhagavad Gita is spoken to Arjuna because of his one qualification. He was devotee. The Lord says that the mystery of the Bhagavad Gita is very confidential. Without being an unalloyed devotee, you cannot know it. In India, there are 645 different commentaries on the Gita. One professor has proposed that Krishna is a doctor and Arjuna is his patient, and has made his commentary in that way. Similarly, there are commentators and people who have taken it that everyone is perfect and that they can interpret scripture in their own way. As far as we are concerned, we agree to read the Bhagavad Gita according to the instructions given in the Gita itself. This has to be taken from the parampara, the system of disciplic succession. It is being taught by the Supreme Person because you are my friend. I desire that you may become prosperous and happy. Therefore, I speak to you. Krishna wants everyone to be happy and peaceful and prosperous, but they don't want it. Sunshine is open to everyone. But if someone wishes to remain in darkness, what can the sunshine do for him? So the Gita is open to everyone. There are different species of life, and lower and higher grades of understanding exist. That is a fact. But Krishna says that this knowledge is for anyone. If one has lower birth or whatever, it doesn't matter. The Bhagavad Gita offers transcendental subject matter everyone can understand, provided he goes along with the precise principle as stated in the fourth chapter. That is, that the Gita is coming down in disciplic succession. I first of all instructed this yoga system to the sun god Vivasvan, who taught it to Manu, who taught it to Ikshvaku. From Krishna, the disciplic succession is coming down, but in course of time, the disciplic succession was broken. Arjuna is therefore made the new disciple. In the second chapter, Arjuna surrenders. So far, we have been talking as friends, but now I accept you as my spiritual master. Anyone following the precise principle in this line accepts the guru as Krishna, and the student must represent Arjuna. Krishna is speaking as the spiritual master of Arjuna, and Arjuna says, whenever you are saying I accept it, read it like that. I like this, so I accept it. This I don't like, and so I reject it. Such reading is useless nonsense. The teacher must be a representative of Krishna. A devotee and the student must be like Arjuna. Then this Krishna consciousness study is perfect. Otherwise, it is a waste of time. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it is stated, if anyone wants to understand the science of Krishna, he should associate with pure devotees. When discussions take place among pure devotees,
Shyama,
yes?
may I please request you to read those lines again, please? How a disciple has to be and how the guru has to be.
Surely, Purli. The teacher must be a representative of Krishna. A devotee and the student must be like Arjuna. Then this Krishna consciousness study is perfect. Otherwise, it is a waste of time. In the Srimad Bhagavatam,
Waste of time.
in the Srimad Bhagavatam, it is stated, if anyone wants to understand the science of Krishna, he should associate with pure devotees. When discussions take place among pure devotees, the potency of spiritual language is revealed. Scholarly discussion of the Gita is futile. In the Upanishad...
Yeah. You know, see, this is the thing. You got to be like Arjuna. See, Arjuna was what? He was really loved to hear from Krishna. See, if you and a real bona fide guru, they're used by Krishna. It's the same thing. If you're not like that, it's futile. It's just, you're still in the material modes. This is how you get out of the modes. That's the rope, is Krishna uses somebody and you become like Arjuna. Oh, I'm listening. Okay, I'm open. And then you start to really relish this. When you can relish the words of the devotee, then that means you're relishing Krishna's association, because that's all they give you. That's all they're about. So that's everything else is more or less futile. It's like you didn't get it yet. You take another birth. But this is when you're ready to be delivered, man. This is what happens. You get a bona fide guru. See, Prabhupada's saying it all right there. It's very clear. It's so funny. I preach the same thing all the time. I didn't read that before, but it's the guru is one. It's the essence is always the same. That's why, you know, being a Brahmin is futile if that's as far as you go. I mean, okay, great, you go to the demigods and everything, but that's insignificant to a real devotee. And you need to hear that. Otherwise you think, oh, it's, the whole life is about going to, you know, Swarga Loka, where they have a great time, you know, because Brahmins go there. Yeah, you know, no, this is better. This is better. You know, this is where it's at, man. This is for don't you, everybody, if you got a chance to be a connoisseur, why not? Go ahead there, Shama.
In the Upanishads, it's stated, the one who has firm faith in God and similar faith in God's representative, all the import of Vedic language will be revealed. We must have the qualification of being a devotee, become dear to God. My spiritual master used to say, don't try to see God. Act in such a way that God will see you. We have to qualify ourselves.
See how the emphasis is always on Guru Tattva like this. See, equal faith in a real spiritual master and Krishna, then the purports, you'll understand the deeper purports of the Vedas. That's where it says, blessed are the pure in heart, they shall see God. You get, your heart becomes purified by this hearing from the devotee. And then you see, oh, God, this is the Lord. The scriptures are the Lord himself. It's the inspired word of God. In the beginning was the Word was with God. The Word was God. That's these scriptures here. It's so great, man. You have an eternal companion now. But if you don't have equal faith in Krishna, like a lot of people have faith in Krishna, but they don't have faith in firm faith in a qualified Shiksha guru. See, and so it doesn't. The purports don't reveal, and that's what happens when I see people who leave here. They have faith in Krishna, you know, and they still have faith in Krishna, but they don't have equal faith in Shiksha Guru, and therefore when I hear their realizations, they stink to me. They're speculations, you know, and I can't believe they even say these things. I said, see, that's what they get for not going through the full purification. So they get good realization, then they leave, and then they, you know, their realizations, they cannot really purify anybody. All they can do is impress neophytes, maybe even impress some neophytes here, you know. And I'm surprised, you know, people go into classes with devotees who leave here and they speculate. Why are you doing that? I mean, you know, why are you listening to it? You think it's all the same kind of food? It's like, you know, you get a chance to eat organic food, and then you go back to McDonald's. What kind of stuff? Come on, man. Let's get up to snuff, man. Let's get up to speed.
It's parasite calling.
Yeah, you know, what is this here? You know, you get organic food and real organic, make your body, spiritual body strong, and then you go back to McDonald's to eat. When people leave here, I can't understand people who would, when they leave here, it's like smacking Christian event, and you go and you listen to that, you are a real bottom feeder. I mean, I don't care. You know, you don't like this. I'm telling you how Krishna, you know, if you have any faith in what I'm doing, that's how Krishna feels. You're what? You get the association, my devotee, and you go and listen to people who leave there and then preach, and who also preach against this? What kind of chastity is that? I mean, do you think God is not a person? How would you feel? You fall in love with somebody and they leave you for some prostitute. You know, think about it. You don't think God is different? He's a supreme personality Godhead. You know, he's working here. He's giving a great gift here. And anybody that they leave and they start even preaching against it, and you go and listen to that, my God, low class. That's all I have to say.
He's just a jealous guy.
He's a jealous God, man. For our benefit. He doesn't want us to go and get contaminated. Why, you get the results of who you associate with. And hear intimate things and you listen to people. Oh, be careful, man. Okay, go ahead.
Don't try to see God. Act in such a way that God will see you. We have to qualify ourselves. By your qualification, God himself will come and see you. If one can perceive God, he's transcendental to all material demands. We are always dissatisfied in the material world in circumstances that won't contain. Happiness is temporary, and temporary plight also will not exist for much time. Cold heat duality, it is all coming and going. To get to the absolute stage is the process of Krishna consciousness. Krishna is seated in everyone's heart, and as you become purified, he will show you the path.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, you will quit this body and you will go to the spiritual sky. No one knows me, Krishna says. My influence, my power, and my extent. Even the Mahas, the great thinkers, don't know. I'm the origin of all demigods and the origin of all rishis. There are so many forefathers we don't know of, and there are Brahma and the demigods. What do we know? We can't reach to the platform where we can grasp God. We gather knowledge by limited senses, and Krishna can't be reached by the mind, the center of the senses. Imperfect senses can't grasp perfect knowledge. Mind and sense manipulation can't reach him. If you engage the senses in the service of the Lord, however, then he will reveal himself through your senses. People may say, what is the use of understanding God? What is the use? Let him stay in his place. Let me stay in my place. But in the Shastras, the scriptures, it is stated that pious activities will rise us to beauty, knowledge, and good birth, and that by impious, sinful activities, we suffer. Suffering is always there, pious or impious, but a distinction is made. He who knows God, however, becomes freed from all possible sinful reactions, which no amount of piety can accomplish. If we reject God, we can never be happy. Mm-hmm. Not even considering human society. If you take the demigods who are more advanced and intelligent, they also don't know Krishna. Mm-hmm. They also don't know Krishna. The 7 great sages whose planet is near the North Star also do not know Krishna.
Yeah, this is a very important point. We talk about this all the time. That's why I say the Brahman thing in the mode of goodness is this good and evil. See, good and evil. Right now, we even have a war, good and evil. See, got the good people, and they're Christian. A lot of Christians, they're fighting the evil, and the evil's fighting the good. See, good and evil. Krishna, people don't know Krishna. They don't know God, really. He's beyond good and evil. He's transcendental to good and evil. See, this is like Yamaraj. The Yamadutas were confused. What's going on here? We thought you were the supreme good. See, he was the judge of the good and the evil, and we thought you were the supreme. We were worshiping you, and you were it and everything. And then he smiled. He said, oh, because the Vishnu Dutas came and gave them an experience. See, they got to see Shuddha Bhaktas beyond good and evil. They thought that was all life was all about good and evil, just like now Bhagavatam. Hey man, we got the modern day Bhagavatam now. It's just like that now. You know, good and evil, war, good. The good have to fight the evil fighting the good, you know. And so anyway, the Vishnu Dutas come to preach out of mercy. There's a higher principle. The higher principle is the holy name of God. See, people think they got it now. Oh, we believe in Jesus and Christ and everything, but they act in good and evil thing. Oh, we got to fight the evil, and the good is fighting the evil's fighting the good. See, but they don't know God really deeply. They're pious. See, good people. And then there's the evil people. Hey, we hate the good people, you know, and they're fighting. But they don't know the real Lord. See? And so Yamaraj, he didn't disclose anything until the Vishnu Dutas came and introduced themselves, introduced the higher principles, just like we do. You notice? We have a revival here. We're introducing the higher principle here. And say, yeah, the holy name that you Christians and you Vaishnavas don't know. You still act like pious and impious. Oh, this is pious and this is impious. But they don't know the whole name. They don't know the glories of the holy name. They don't know the glories of it. The holy name is holy, sacred. What does that look like, my dear friends? Oh, the tears coming out of the eyes. Oh, that laughter like Lord Shiva, laughing and crying when he's meditating on Krishna, God. See, this exposes the true nature of God. See, this is the whole name, and otherwise you just half the name, and you just you're just a good Christian, or you're just a good Vaishnava, but you don't have the holy name. See, so we're here to introduce the holy name and its glories, because then you transcend this good and evil thing. Otherwise, you're still locked in. Both parties are locked in. Both parties are in fear. They're fear of each other. See? They're not in the love of God. You got to get into the happiness of God. And that's the love of God, is the happiness. How can you be in fear when you're in the love of God? See, this the world doesn't know. Isn't it great to have a mission like this? Isn't it fantastic to be a living Bhagavats, man? You guys, we're participating in introducing the higher principle of the holy name to the world, which will save them all. The demons and the demigods. All of them. Just bring them all in. You know? Otherwise, they're out. Both of them, both fighting each other. This has been going on for eons. This fight between good and evil, man. It all started when God said, "Don't eat that freaking apple. That apple of the knowledge of good and evil. You know, you're leaving the bliss if you do." See, so we threw that apple away now. Hey, we don't want to eat this apple anymore. The good and evil, knowledge of good and evil. This is good, this is evil, this is good. No, I'm into bliss, man. I'm into the Garden of Eden or Vrindavan, the same place. Intimacy with God. No fig leaf. Take the fig leaf off. Show, expose, intimately. That's why the purification is, if you still hold in stuff, and you have to go out because you don't want to, I don't want to take the fig leaf off. I don't want the Lord, to expose that. But go ahead, Shama Sundar. I just wanted to interject a few things.
Krishna says, I'm the original, the source of all the demigods. He is the father of everything, not only the origin of demigods, but of the sages and the universe. The Srimad Bhagavatam describes how the universal form took place and everything is emanating from him. Also, Krishna is the origin of Paramatma, the supersoul, and the impersonal Brahma Jyoti, the shining effulgence, is in him. Of everything, of every conception, I'm the source. The absolute truth may be realized in three phases, but is one non-dual truth, Brahman, localized supersoul, the Bhagavan, the Supreme Person, are three features or aspects of God. If no one knows the Supreme Personality of Godhead, how can he be known? He can be known when the Supreme Lord comes from before you and reveals himself to you. Then you can know. Our senses are imperfect and they cannot realize the supreme truth. When you adopt a submissive...
you see, when the Lord, when you get purified, when you hear enough, your heart gets pure, the Lord reveals himself to you in your own heart, reveals his true transcendental nature. And if you don't go through the hearing process, you stay in this good and evil thing. You know, oh, this is pious, this is impious, this is far, oh, wow, you know, all that stuff. You don't really know the Lord in his transcendental aspect. That's the beautiful Lord, is his transcendental aspect. It's beautiful, it's wonderful. Nothing like it. It's not material, it's spiritual. And that is where this is the time for this revival of these truths. Here's the living Bhagavatam examples here of people transcending the this good and evil thing. Somebody wants to come on. Who's a servant of K? Let's see who this is. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead there, Shamasundari.
If no one knows, our senses are imperfect and they cannot realize the supreme truth. When you adopt a submissive attitude and chant, realization begins from the tongue. To eat and to vibrate sound is the business of the tongue. If you can control your tongue for prasadam, spiritual food, and make the sound vibration of the holy name, then by surrender of the tongue, you can control all the other senses. If you cannot control your tongue, you cannot control your senses.
See, and see, people need help. They're trying to control the tongue, you know, by their force. You know, trying to, you know, discipline themselves and all that stuff. But that's hard, man. You know, that's so difficult. We need the mercy. We need the kripa. See, the kripa of devotion. We need the bhakti lata bij. And that comes now. That's what we're here to do. So that you control the tongue you want to glorify the Lord. When you get bhakti lata bij, you want to hear about the Lord and then automatically start speaking about what you love. When I hear devotees say, boy, you know, like Amy Hashem says, oh, I really love the class. I really love the class. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, wow, are they going to be great speakers? Because they're controlling, you know, their ears are being controlled naturally by taste. They're going to really speak well. Those who like to hear from devotees who are also, you know, when I'm here speaking, I'm hearing. You know, charity begins at home. If I'm not relishing this, why should you? And you won't, you know. You'll be sitting, when is this Bhagavatam class going to be up? When is he going to stop speaking? You know, I have people tell me that too, sometimes. When is he going to stop speaking? You know, they come here, you know, they sometimes say that. When is he going to stop speaking? See, I say, oh, okay, yeah, they're really not, you know, getting it yet. See, so the bottom line is, if you like to hear, you're going to be a great speaker. You know what that means? You're going to be a fantastic guru. You're going to be the real guru. You're going to be the real representative of Radha and Krishna in this world. Now, wouldn't that be great? You know, that's where it's all leading. That's why Prabhupada became such a fantastic guru. Bhakti Siddhanta, when he heard him hearing so intently and he really loved what he said, you know, he could tell. And many of the other disciples were like, okay, when is my guru going to stop speaking or something? But Prabhupada wasn't like that. He said, oh, he likes to hear. Oh, I mark him. He's going to be a great speaker. See, same thing here. We got a lot of great hearers here, and that's why so many of you are great speakers already. You know, people like to go to your classes because you listen well. And it's not like you're trying to do it. It's just like it's natural. It's like, wow, this is really interesting. You know, this is really, wow, this is uncommon. See, so it becomes natural to worship God here. This is called Bhakti Lata Bij. You get the ability. What did Krishna say? I'm the ability in man. See, so he's the ability in the real guru. Again, and that ability comes to you through that. He said, that's just the way I work. That's why a lot of devotees, if you don't have this, it awakens in the association. If you don't have it from another life or another guru here, it awakens here. And if you do, it's nurtured here, because both things are going on, the awakening and also the nurturing for those who are, have it from a previous life. Oh, another 3 hours and 34 minutes. Amazing. Time flies when you're having a good time. Isn't it amazing, Pani? Oh, just.
It was. I was just thinking that the exact same things that you said are in the book in different places. From what just Shama said, like in the past half an hour, the exact same thing in the previous chapter, she read something like, by the grace of Radha, a devotee can actually get the mercy of the Lord.
Yeah.
By the grace of Radha. You just said that in a different way.
Yeah.
Exactly whatever you're saying is in the book, but you just effortlessly bring it to life.
Yeah.
That's the best part. Yeah. That's the best part. Yeah.
That's true storytelling. A good storyteller is like that. And here, this storytelling is transcendental, telling stories that cause the reality of love of Krishna to manifest in our lives. See, the greatest.
And moreover, people here are experienced that this
yeah.
Is
the
biggest one.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, and a lot of times Prabhupada is repeating the same things over and over again, the same essential points that are because a lot of it is Guru Tattva, and if you don't understand Guru Tattva, you'll never understand Rasa Tattva. Guru Tattva means you're listening to a real guru, and especially when they're sharing confidential truths, and you like to hear it. Wow, I like to hear these confidential truths. Ooh, I want to worship in this way. See, then that's, yeah. Go ahead there, Shyam.
Even in the previous chapter, the same thing is mentioned differently. Prabhupada writes that when someone hears this Hare Krishna chanted by a pure devotee, it's potent. He said that. So it is guru. If a guru is like Krishna, he also mentioned that in the previous chapter. And so if a guru is realized, and when you're hearing, that's a potency we're getting. Like that's the potent stuff that we are receiving.
Yeah.
It's like amazing how after hearing your preaching, the same books, they sound different. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so happy, Bunny, you're understanding these things. It's great.
Thank you so much for your relentless preaching. Relentless.
What does it mean, relentless?
It's non-stop steady, going up every time. I mean,
well, if we're going to grow a garden, we got to water it 365 days a year, especially with all this stuff we're dealing with here.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I got all these disciples like Pani, I mean, you got to be relentless preaching, and River. Just without relentless preaching, we're not going to get this mission accomplished. So it's a good excuse for me because I like to hear a lot. I like to speak a lot.
Shama Sundari, are you in Germany now?
Yes.
Because Shama Guri said that where she is, that there's or not far from her,
in Germany is a lot of the flooding also. Like Tom was.
Today I heard about this first time from Bhakta Tom, because I don't hear information at all. Yeah, so I just know from Bhakta Tom a little bit.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of weird. In these times now, they're sometimes cutting off information that they don't want you to hear on the. It's a lot of control stuff going on. You know, the demons are getting into this stuff. You know, controlling everything. Yeah. Okay, go ahead there, Shama Sundari.
If you cannot control your tongue, you cannot control your senses. Taste prashadam and become spiritually advanced. You can have this process at your home. Offer vegetarian food.
Yeah, you see, this is like the beginning preaching. Look how many people have been taking prasadam for years, and they still not interested in what we're interested in. You know, they're still in the Vaidhi level. So if you want to go slow, you want to take some lifetimes to do it, just stay with your prasadam there. And then, you know, in some lifetime, you'll come and understand what is the ultimate prasadam is Hari Katha, you know, is relishing these truths, you know, through your ears, you know, and not just eating the prasadam that way. Okay, that's very good. But if people come here, this is the prasadam, the maha prasadam of devotees. Is this, you know, this tasting the holy name, tasting with devotion these pastimes and qualities. You know, see, so this is. Otherwise, it's kind of like, you know, you go to communion at the Catholic Church and they give you, oh, this is Holy Communion. Here's the grape juice and here's the wafer. All right, there you go. You know, it's not. Well, what is that? What is the internal thing? That's this intimate, ecstatic communion. See, this is the deeper prasadam, are the glories of the Lord. You know, the sound vibration, that kind of stuff. Go ahead.
Everyone can offer and then take the food with friends and chant before the picture of Krishna and lead a pure life. Just see the result.
And you can see like how this is, Prabhupada came and set the foundation. See, that's the religious foundation. See, come, take the preliminaries, take prasadam, sit before the deity, learn about Krishna, all that. And so we're doing the finishing work, the finer details. So if I pause, you can just go on.
Just see the result. The whole world will become Vaikuntha, where there is no anxiety. All is anxious with us because we have accepted this material life. Just the opposite is so in the spiritual world. No one, however, knows how to get out of the material concept. Taking an intoxicant doesn't help. The same anxieties are there when you are finished being drunk. If you want to be free and want life eternal with bliss and knowledge, take to Krishna. No one can know God, but there is this way, the process of Krishna consciousness. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it is stated that no one can conquer him or approach him, but he becomes conquered. How? Let people remain in their own positions, but let them give up nonsense speculation, throw volumes of book. Thousands of books are printed and read, and after 6 months throw away. This way and that. How can you know the Supreme by speculation on the information supplied by your blunt senses? Give up research, throw it away. Just become submissive, acknowledge that you are limited and subordinate to material nature and to God. No one can be equal to or greater than God, so be submissive. Try to hear about the glories of the Supreme Lord from authorized sources. Such authority is handed over by disciple succession. If we can understand by the same authority as Arjuna, that is real authority. God is always ready to reveal. You just become Krishna consciousness. Follow the path.
So this
Traverse
is,
it.
see, this is the real path, you know, and this is what I've been preaching. This is what all Prabhupada preached, what Ramananda Roy preached, all devotees preach. Listen to the authorized, you want the highest path, you listen to the authorized representatives of Krishna. Just like Ramananda Roy said, throw out the speculations and listen to the realized devotee. That's it. That's the highest path. If you don't throw out your speculations and you claim to be the highest devotee, but you don't have the qualities of the highest devotee, then you're baffled and you're baffling others. You know, that's the bottom line. You know, and so now this is always the same. And we're just continuing Prabhupada's work here, teaching the more intimate truths of Krishna consciousness, the more essence. And you see Prabhupada speaking it too. Yeah, give up your speculations and listen to an authorized devotee. You know, and basically authorized means you have an authentic, authentic relationship with Krishna. You know Krishna beyond good and bad and the Brahman level even, you know, which is like the highest level of goodness is being a Brahmin, a real Brahmin, which most people aren't. I don't think it's not easy. So yeah, and if you do that, man, you found the real path. You found the narrow gate Jesus is talking about. It's just the devotee. It's always the same. If you listen to Jesus, like really, and followed him sincerely, you became a saint, right? All of them did. See, Prabhupada needed more time. It's just like when Bhaktisiddhanta said, I should stay here 10 more years, but they want me to go. Prabhupada should also have stayed here more years, but, you know, it wasn't for him to do. So we continue his work, see, to finish this once and for all. So people don't have to be, oh yeah, Gurudev, tell me, how should I wipe my ass? You know? Gurudev, what hand should I use? If you use your right hand to chant, you know, am I in Maya? Is my head a crematorium if I don't have tilak on it? You know, is this all this polemic? I mean, it's all like, you know, this is that level. And you know, we're here to finish that where, hey man, you know, I don't have to tell you guys these things, you know, the Lord you'll commune with God and have a rasa dance there together, you know, with the Lord. It'll be your Lord and you, and you'll decide together, you know, what the order of the day is. You know, what is the mission of today? You know, it's just it's wonderful. I mean, to sit down with God, just thinking about it is exciting. You know, it's like, hey Lord, what are we gonna do today? It's a we thing, you know, just like you do with your wife. You sat down with your wife or husband and you decide on things, right? Well, you do this with God, man. It's fabulous. How are we doing there, Janaki? Got a big smile on your face. Why is that?
Well, because I've been here all morning. I've been here for 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours. That's why.
Really? Yeah. Is it
so
a good class today?
Oh, it's like a family reunion. Pani's here. Shabasundari came. Sati, Karuna, Yamuna. Amy
The
was here.
family's here.
Yeah, it's like a family reunion. It's so nice. I haven't seen you in a long time. Pani and
Yeah.
Shamasundar. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, the lecture topmost. I know that there are many topics to move, but this is the best one. Guru is just explaining the relation we've got, or just pastimes. This is Then I think, okay, I come for 1 hour, and then I think, okay, I should start this at 8, but I can move it for a half hour, and I make this calculation. Just leave it. Oh.
You figure something out, man. Oh, we can arrange this. Oh, we just do the. You find it. You know, where you have a will, there's a way. Yeah, go ahead. Read some more.
If you take to this process and follow the principle, what will be the result? As soon as you understand, you will know that the Supreme Lord is the cause of all causes, but that he's not caused by any other cause, and he is the matter of all planets. This is not accepting blindly. God has given you the power of reason, the power of arguing, but don't argue falsely. If you want to know the transcendental science, you must surrender. Surrender to authority and know him by signs. Don't surrender to a fool or a rascal. Find one who is coming in disciple line, in disciplic succession. One who is fully convinced about the supreme absolute truth. If you find such a person, surrender and try to please him, serve him, and question him. Surrender unto him is surrender to God. Question
There you go.
to learn,
This is
to waste time.
this is the essence, man. This is the essence. Otherwise, you know, people they say you must see. The thing is, you must surrender. But the thing is, it has to come from the heart now. At this stage, you know, and when you do that, then you'll understand the science of God. It's always, see, this is real Guru Tattva. And when your heart is, you know, here, isn't this amazing? Because here we're preaching. Prabhupada couldn't. He was doing that you must do and all that stuff, but he couldn't preach the kind of things we're preaching here. See? But he put it in the books, of course, or you can see where it's all going because if you're a devotee. But we're preaching that confidential truths of the Bhagavatam. And when your hearts are becoming attracted, not because you must, because you like it, because you like this, because it's more amazing than mundane topics. See? And that's how devotees are. You're becoming a real devotee from your heart, not because I'm afraid I'm going to go to hell, so I better listen and I better follow these rules. It's like, no, man, now you got getting the love of God. This is the attraction. Wow, it's so amazing to hear these things. Oh, this is what they're doing in the spiritual world. You get to get a little preview here. See? And when you get it here, you bind this attraction here, you're going to have a smile on your face here and there also. And everywhere. Here, there, everywhere. Go ahead, Samazin.
The process is there. But if we waste time by intoxication, we will never see him and see him, the unconquerable Lord. Follow the principle.
And this intoxication needs to be examined a little bit closely. People think intoxicating with drugs and stuff like that. I'll tell you, it's just as bad, if not worse, to be intoxicated by the false ego. This is the problem. They're wasting time. This intoxication, thinking they're gurus and they're, you know, walking around with their big stick, totally drunk on this intoxication, and they're wasting their valuable time in that sense. See? So people are and they don't even care about people here. People here are intoxicated on the holy name of the Lord. See? That's the thing. We need to have this kind of intoxication. Otherwise, you're wasting time, intoxication with the false ID. I'm a big guru. Oh, I'm following this fool and this guy. He's not even a devotee. Have no devotional symptoms. All of that. So so, oh, this pride. This is pure devotion. Oh, he's a Brahmin. This is pure devotion. See, that's intoxication with something other than ecstatic love of Krishna. We need. This is the intoxication we need. See, this is the real life. This is the life. Jesus said, "I have life. I can give it to you." This the Holy Spirit. This Radha's devotion. Yeah, go ahead.
The process is there, but if we
something, Maharaj.
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
These gurus who are intoxicated, they're not just wasting their time, but it's a cumulative time of everyone that's following them.
Exactly. Yes.
It's not their time, everybody else's time as well. They're wasting
Yeah. That's why we're here to finish this stuff, man. We got to wake these people up, man. What are you wasting time here being intoxicated when this is available? Come on, man. Ecstatic devotion is being distributed again. Get off your high horses. You know, throw that scepter in the mud. Throw the scepter in the mud. You know, this go ahead. What?
No, you.
Yeah, this in St. Francis scene, man, it was a great scene. This guy, he said he was trying to be a disciple of St. Francis. He was going back and forth. He was like a Thomas the Doubter. We have some of those sometimes. And well, what should I do? What should I do? And so he says, well, what should I do, St. Francis? This guy is coming, this great like a pope or something, you know, a religious guy. And so anyway, St. Francis says, go and tell him to throw his scepter in the mud, you know, because he was intoxicated by being a ruler, you know, and all this, having a scepter, you know, of rulership. See the symbol. This is like a big stick. I am sannyasi. You know, it's just throw it in the mud. You know? It's just mud. So that's the wasting time. You know, you're wasting time with that intoxication. You know, you got to get intoxicated with the holy name of the Lord. Now that's auspicious.
Guru Maharaj, what I wanted to say. I have just 9%, and I need to go half hour ago. So, but I will keep it to the end. My battery. So when I will disappear, just that you know, and I just want to thank you for today I could participate.
Okay. Great. Yeah. Keep going.
Follow the principles, and slowly but surely, without doubt, you will know. Yes, I'm making progress, you will say. And it is a very easy, and you can execute it and be in a happy mood. Study, take part with music, eat prasadam. And no one can cheat you by this process. But if you want to be cheated, go to the cheaters. Try to understand it from the authoritative source and apply it in your life. Amongst the dying mortals, you will become the most intelligent because you are freed from sinful actions. If you act only for Krishna, then you are freed from all reactions. This is a good one. If you act only for Krishna, then you are freed from all reaction.
No, you see, this is the thing. That's okay for beginners. But, you know, if you say, oh, I got to act only for Krishna, then it's artificial. Sorry. That's the way it really works is those who hear the pastimes of Krishna, their sinful reactions are dissolved. Okay, immediately, not waiting for you to act all the time, 24 hours a day for Krishna, and that's external. Okay, the internal principle is 10th canto, and it says, those who hear the pastimes of Krishna, see? And that means all the philosophy and all of it. From those persons who are exalted souls, those who have the mercy of the Lord, see? Those who hear the pastimes of Krishna, from those kind of devotees, their sinful reactions are dissolved. And that's how it works, man. And you may still accumulate some sinful reactions being in this world, but you just keep coming and hearing Hari Katha, man, and keep dissolving them. And keep, it's just like, fighting a war. This is what people need to know. This is the essence. Hear from devotees, and it'll dissolve your sinful reactions. See, by regular classes in Srimad Bhagavatam and by service to the pure devotees, all that's troublesome to the heart is dissolved. See, what's troublesome to the heart? Sin. Sin is troubles. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a troubled heart. It's because of sin. Sin is all these misconceptions. Sin is ignorance. Sin is not knowing just what I told you here. And knowing something else causes sin. Think, well, I think I'm going to get rid of sin by just 24 hours a day. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. But I'll never hear from a devotee, a real devotee. See? No, it's you. Yeah, go ahead.
This, if you act only for Krishna, then you are freed from all reactions. I didn't receive it as a Vaidhi thing. I more understood, like you said before, that you think in this we way, that you are wake up and you are conscious of Krishna, and you are stay there, yeah. And then sometimes you have to learn or go to work, and of course you are mixed with this material nature. But then you can always come to Krishna, you have this place in your heart that you are connected. So you are act only for Krishna, in this meaning that you are acting only with him. You are conscious.
Yes.
You are together. You are all the time moving with him.
Ooh, that's a great one. Boy, that great realization you had there. I like that angle. Yeah. Yeah, very good. Yeah, because when you do act for Krishna, actually, I heard something last night about that. Yeah.
Well, it was before a few months ago. When I was on this phase, when I had the sense of guilty, not jealous, but before sense of guilty, I was learning and working every day so hard, and I was not. There was few weeks when I was not so super conscious of Krishna. I didn't pray like I always do. I didn't walk for my walk and happily chant. And then I became very anxiety, super anxiety, so much that I had to hit the bottom. And of course, on the bottom was Krishna. And then I got this realization that this anxiety that he wanted me to go through, to understand that I can do whatever I want, I can realize my dreams, but he wants to be with me. I have to take him with myself, always. Or when I go to work or when I do this, I need to trust and surrender so much that I will take him, with my consciousness, with being conscious of him, with to, like Tom is saying, to tune into him. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you should take a little deity with you. Do you take your little Gopal with you?
I have all the time him with me.
Oh, good. There you go. Sachi needs to do that too. Do you do that also, Sachi? You bring your little Chaitanya deities with you here and there?
I haven't lately like I used to, but when I did, there was other devotees that just really enjoyed them. So I'll have to start doing that again.
Yeah, start doing that again. Me too. I think I got to find that. I got to make a deity out of clay or something. I'll get a doll. Give it life. I'll speak life. I'll speak life into the doll. I'll get a Barbie doll. Ken and Barbie. I'll speak life. I'll speak Hari Katha to them and make them live. Yeah.
My granddaughter Radharani has a Radha doll. Maybe I'll give you that one.
There you go.
I'll ask
And was
her.
she gonna? That's a great idea. I'm gonna speak like, maybe I'll find an AI thing, and speak life. Well, you know what I'll do? I got AI. I'll speak life. This is my this is my Radha and Krishna. This is my cell phone. There we go. I speak life into it every day. No wonder I don't feel like I'm missing anything. I am carrying them around. I just didn't know it. You guys are carrying. You guys all do the same thing. You all got cell phones too. Speak life into it. Speak Harikata. Make it alive. Give it a heart.
So now we have two perspectives, and if you act only for Krishna, then you are freed from all reactions. You will have no anxiety over what is auspicious or inauspicious, because you will be in touch with the most auspicious. This is the process. Ultimately, we can get in touch with Krishna. Life will be successful. Anyone can adopt it because it is very simple.
This Krishna Kanji is fantastic. You see how Prabhupada and Krishna Kanchis, that's why Krishna used him. Realized he wasn't interested in any other path. He found his, love of God, loving God, dedicated, preaching that in this world.
Guru Maharaj, what did you say about Prabhupada again? So I don't know. I lost that part.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I was saying Prabhupada was so faithful in this path. That's why Krishna used him. He had love of God. He was very convinced, and he didn't. That's why he never had problems when when his guru disappeared. He had so much faith at the point of this ecstatic love thing, dedication, love. His guru was always with him, and everybody else, it was just all because they had motives, man. It destroyed the Gaudiya Math. They just had motives. They're fighting, and people wanted to be supreme and superior. They wanted to be acharyas. All that. Then the chaos happened. Horrible thing in time. And then after Prabhupada left, the same chaos, happened because of the desire. See, these material desires to be gurus and imitating, and immediately you cut off the real line in that way. Then something false. Prabhupada himself was the real line, because he was used by the transcendental nature of Krishna. And that's why he said, what we're teaching here actually is postgraduate. See, this is where it's leading. He didn't, he wrote the books and got everything prepared, and we're fluffing that out. He says things in here, you could see he's preaching the essence. The essence is always true. And we bring that to light, to life. See, make that the truth in this world. See, and not something else, austerities and all this other fluff. See, it's about, just people can have this relationship with Krishna now because we're revealing these truths. And all you have to do is hear them, and all of a sudden you just change and transform by hearing. This is why Jesus said when people started to get the Pharisees, some were hearing from him, getting very fascinated, like, wow, this is so good, like you guys. And you know what he said? Go on hearing, and you shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. See, that truth is love of Krishna. Then it's an irrevocable fact. By regular classes in Srimad Bhagavatam and by service to the devotees, all that's troublesome to the heart is diminished almost till nil. And then the Lord awakens in your heart as an irrevocable fact. See? There you go. Now you're a real teacher. You know the truth. that, you know, people that are caught up in the modes of passion, goodness, and ignorance don't know.
Here is a nice formula presented by Krishna himself. One should understand the position of Krishna. He is unborn and without any cause. We have experienced, all of us, that we are born and we have a cause. Our Father is our cause. If someone poses himself as a God, he has to prove that he is unborn and uncaused. Our practical experience is that we are born. Krishna is not born. We have to understand this. Understanding this to be firmly convinced he is the cause, but it's not caused. And since he's not caused, he is the proprietor of all manifestation.
Another thing is also that his devotees are unborn also. They always been. See? Yet they have to be reborn now because they've identified with the material world. See, so that's why you see Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, never was there a time when I, nor you, nor all these kings have existed. We've always existed. See? So the devotee is like that also, the same nature. But here, we've identified with the material world so much that we have to be spiritually transformed and reborn into this consciousness. See? So, and then we have the nature like the Lord, unborn.
You are so expert, Guru Maharaj, about with all these things. You've taken a fact from Gita that we read and it doesn't fit anything. And now you made it exactly resonate with what she was, all the message that she's going on. It's so amazing.
How else can I keep you here for 4 hours and 10 minutes, man?
That's true. I mean, we are just waiting for those things to come out. At least me, I'm like, what's the next thing that's going to come out? What's the next thing that's going to go? Because I heard this as a fact that Krishna said, "Oh, all of us existed." Okay, that's it. That's it. But what does that actually mean? What is the life behind it? Right?
Yeah. I go for charger. I will take 15 minutes.
Boy, you guys are diehards.
that thing that you said actually gave life to that statement of Krishna.
Yeah. Well, I'm here to fascinate the Brahmins too, How else can we get it? We have to get them realize there's something more they can go after than that nice white jhada and straight tilak.
you never leave an opportunity to whip their butts.
Yeah, it's fun. Hey, Krishna and Balaram, they like to fight. They like to destroy stuff. Sometimes. They got like the demons. They like to destroy. Well, Krishna also likes to destroy the false ego. Smash it. Shama-san, here we go. Here you go, Shama-san. Go on. This is very fascinating.
He is the cause, but is not caused, and since he is not caused, he is the proprietor of all manifestation. One who understands this simple philosophy is not illusioned. We are generally illusioned. We are claiming ownership of the land, but before my birth, the land was here, and after my death, it will be still here. How long will I go on claiming in body after body, this is my land, this is my land? Is it not nonsense? One has to be out of illusion. We should know that whenever we are doing in the material concept of life is illusion. We have to understand whenever we are illusioned or not. And all conditioned souls are illusioned.
He who learns to be disillusioned gets free of all encumbrances.
You see, this is why the preaching is like this here. If I don't disillusion people, how, in this preaching, or if Krishna doesn't through this preaching, how are people going to advance? They believe the illusion is truth. They believe their big stick is something special. It ain't special. What's special is this body, this devotion. You got it? Yes or no? If you don't, you're still illusioned. And so we're here to disillusion. Dismiss that. Dismiss the illusion. Hey, you're dismissed. It's
Guru Maharaj, we don't hear
people
you.
believe in these things. Oh yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah.
There are many interruptions.
Can you hear me okay now?
Better, yes.
Uh-oh. Can you hear? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So anyway, we're here to dismiss the illusion. Otherwise the illusion causes you to miss the mark. See, the mark is devotion to Krishna. And this is its time now, is to preach these things, these conceptions. But not only by word, but by deed. People got to see that. Ecstatic devotion, how wonderful it is. That kind of stuff. Yeah. Go ahead there, Shamasundari.
If we want freedom from all bonds, then we have to understand God. There is no neglecting this. It is our prime duty. Out of millions of entities, one may be enlightened. Generally, we are all born fools. As soon as I take birth, I'm nurtured by parents and educated to falsely claim a land as my own. National education means to make you more foolish. Am I not foolish? I'm changing my body like a dress, life after life. You have so many minds, so many dresses. Why do you claim this one? Why don't you understand? This dress is nice, but next moment I may be in another. You are in the grip of nature. You cannot say what dress you will have. Nature make me American. No, material nature controls. If you live like a dog, here, take a dog's dress. If you live a godly life here, take God. Out of many fools, someone tries to understand what I actually am. Dog, American, Russian. This real inquire go on. If you inquire, you have to ask someone, not just yourself. When crossing the street in a place you don't know, you have to ask the policeman or some gentleman for what I am. You have to go to an authority also. What is a spiritual master? He is a person conversant with the science of Krishna. Ordinarily, nobody inquires, but if a man does, he can make progress and come to understanding. Krishna is the cause of causes. 4 kinds of people: followers of scripture and higher authority, inquire about Krishna. Those addicted to sinful activities can't inquire. They go on in intoxication. The righteous, pious man inquires and goes to God. Facility is given to people in the process by the authority to make people happy, not to exploit people. The purpose of ISKCON is, in this way, to understand the science of God. You want happiness. Here it is. You are distressed by sinful reaction. But if there is no sinful reaction, there is no suffering. One who knows Krishna without doubt is relieved of all reactions. Krishna says, "Come to me. and I will give you freedom from all reactions. Don't disbelieve it. He can give you shelter. He has all power. If I give you such a promise, because I have no such power, I may break the promise. If you associate yourself with Krishna consciousness, your dormant relationship with Krishna will be awoke. You have a relationship with him. There is no question of disbelieving. It is simply foolishness. The dormant relationship is here and there, is there. You want to serve Krishna, but simply by the spell of illusion, we think we have no connection with Krishna. We go on doing all independent nonsense, and we are always anxious. When we associate with these dormant feelings for Krishna, however, we will become engaged in Krishna consciousness. God is unborn, indicates that he is different from the material world. We have no such experience of the unborn. The city was born, history is filled with dates. Spiritual nature, however, is unborn, and at once we can see the difference. The material nature is born. You have to understand, if Krishna is unborn, then he's spiritual, not like one of us. Krishna is not some extraordinary person who was also born. He's not born. So how can I decide he's an ordinary man? Those who are fool and rascals thinks of me as an ordinary man. Krishna says in Gita, he's different from everything in this world. He's anardi, without cause. Krishna may be spiritual, but there are other spiritual bodies. We have spiritual bodies like Krishna, but they are born. They are not exactly born. It is like the sparks of the fire. The sparks are not born from the fire. They are actually there. We are also not born. We are sparks that come out of the original form. Even if we are not born, the spark comes out of Krishna. So we are different. The sparks of the fire are fire, but they are not the original fire. As for quality, we are the same as Krishna. It is like a difference between father and son. Father and son are different and non-different at the same time. The son is an expansion of the father, but he cannot claim that he's the father. That would be nonsense, because Krishna, two sentences. Because Krishna is declaring himself supreme proprietor, he's therefore different from anything. If I am the proprietor of New York State, I'm still not New York State. In every step, there is duality. No one can say it. We are completely one with God. When you can understand...
when Prabhupada was preaching this, it was interesting because people, they got attracted to the knowledge. Knowledge, it's like, wow, this is really amazing. And so there's a little bit of taste in that, knowledge, taste in knowledge of the truth. So now, where is it leading? It's a taste in devotion to that truth. See, real intense, to increase that taste, not just to be in knowledge only, in information only, but in the actual devotion to that truth. We're to the point of ecstatic worship. See? Otherwise, it's knowledge, and that's good, but it needs to mature into devotion. See, where it becomes ecstatic. I mean, isn't that what you like that knowledge, right, Janaki? You read the book so much, you must have liked the knowledge. You too. See, but when it gets into the more ecstasy in that knowledge, now it's like, oh wow, this is nice. See, this is like eating a cake with icing. This is like bread with real butter and so juicy, yummy.
Guru Maharaj.
Yes.
Of course, it's like you are saying, no doubt, but there is also something when in this text involves some descriptions about material nature. It's fascinating, it's knowledge, but as soon as it starts to describe everything what is related to Krishna, then immediately the sentences are starting to work in you. I mean,
Yes,
just talking about him, just reading one sentence when it's Krishna and his quality, it's like boom. It's like, okay, it's something powerful, transcendental. It's something what I can just feel, not understand, because I don't understand. Sometimes I read and I won't argue with it, but I feel that it's true.
Yeah.
And I cannot
you know,
argue.
that's a great point. You know, it's this is the whole thing. When I see people talking about stuff, and I see them, they don't have it in relation, they don't see it in relationship to God, to Krishna. Therefore, you know, it's like it's missing something. See, and Krishna even says that. He said, that's my illusory energy. He says, if anything is devoid of a relationship with me in this world, it's my illusory energy. But actually nothing is, but it just appears to be. So when we start to put it together again, see, show its relationship to Krishna, you know, to the Supreme Lord, then we start to feel the life. See, then because God is in us, He likes to hear topics like that, things related to God, even if they don't use the word Krishna, but it's somehow related. You use the word God, you know, then it has some more interest. Otherwise, it's illusions, you know. Yeah, I just, you know, even the Mayavadi thing, when it's not related to a personal relationship with the Lord, it's not interesting to devotees. I mean, real devotees. You got to have that relationship in there, personal. Yeah.
The last akapit I will read.
Okay.
When you can understand Krishna's and your own position in a nice analytical way, then at once you become free from sinful reactions. This process will help you. Chant Hare Krishna and cleanse your mind, and you will receive the message. One has to be qualified. If you chant and hear for no payment, you will approach God. All things will become clear and illuminated.
Yeah, and that's how it, you know, see, when you hear about Krishna in an analytical way, see, you hear it presented in a logical, clear way, it's attractive. It's amazing, actually. And so the scriptures are presenting that, and that's why when the devotee presents it too, like that, it's like, wow, that's amazing. You know, you feel the wow. It's like, wow, you know, this is, you know, this is different. This is uncommon, man. This is just not a bunch of words, or this is not just philosophy. It's solid, man. You know, it's solid because when you hear it analytically, and so that's why you hear it from devotees. And then gradually your mind works like that. Then you just chant the verses and the Lord reveals you these things, you know, in a very clear, logical way. Oops, sorry about that. To the stream. Yeah. Okay, I think it's about time for us to part. 4.5 hours, that's good enough. Need to do something. I'm not sure. I need to have a consultation with the Lord. You guys probably need one also. Isn't that amazing how He can deal with so many people? How does He do that? Well, I can only deal with one practically. You know, it's enough. You got too many, man. He can deal with every one of us.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So let's go for our consultation with the Lord and see what happens.
Thank you for today. It was amazing to be with you here.
Yeah, thank you. It's amazing to be with you also.
Great class.
Hare Krishna.
Great.
Yeah.
So everybody showed up.
So much.
We did. Let's give all of us a hand here. Let's go. Ready?
Best class ever.
Yay! We did great, man. we had a nice play, man. Take a bow, everybody. Take a bow. And the audience too. We had a great audience out. Freddie was out there, you know, dynamically there. Rade is there. Francis and Padma Garba and whoever else. Who else is out there? Yeah, real diehards, man. Stuck it out. That's been Amy. Okay. Hare Krishna, everybody. Have a great day, huh?
Radhe Radhe. Hare Krishna.